visual future. This webinar will be using 3D Max scenes and rendering with V-Ray and post-production with Photoshop. As many of you may know, if you haven't already, Michael's doing a lot of really amazing visualization. So we'll get to see a bit behind the scenes today, which is going to be really interesting. So I'll introduce you, Michael. This is the lead visualizer at Sarah Stribley and has MArch from RMIT University. Michael's a multi-award winning 3D visualizer, originally from Malaysia and now based in Melbourne, Australia, which, by the way, thank you so much for doing this webinar at this time, because I know for you it's like 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. So
we don't sleep.
We should all be very appreciative of Michael's time today.
It's only one in the morning. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not all the. I think you might be our first tutor from Australia or in Australia.
Want to do it at midnight?
Yeah. In his job, he works with Sarah Stribley Architects, creating design visualizations and real-time projects. In some time, he practices craft, creating striking concept designs and environments that win industry praise and recognition, and actively participates in educating the CG community. So without further ado, I'm going to stop sharing here and pass it over to you. Just a quick question, what units are you working in, millimeters or meters? That's just
I work in millimeters, but to be honest, I think it's fine. Like as long as you understand the scale, the proportion is important. But I normally do millimeters just because in architecture firms and studios, they prefer millimeters. Yeah.
I use millimeters too. It's just
Just meters,
because meters you have to write a lot of decimal, So, yeah. So before you start, just real quick, I want to remind everyone here, if you're going to be chatting in the chat, please switch it to say to everyone. Otherwise, you're only sending it to me. And if you have questions during the webinar, please use the Q&A button. If you see where all the buttons are, the Zoom buttons, there's one that says Q&A. If you press that, it'll pop up a little window and you can ask questions there. It's just easier to keep track of them that way so we don't lose them. Okay, I'll be here the whole time if anything goes wrong. And yeah, I'm gonna let you get to it.
Yep. So first thing, I will just go through with you guys to what will happen in the next 5 hours or so. So I think I will spend the first 1 or 2 hours just talking through in 3D Max. Understand people like there are people who says that they're not 3D, they don't come with a 3D Max background, and but that's why I would just keep in mind and just go less with the technical bit of stuff, but more on the the artsy stuff and the composition, lighting, and things that you can easily apply across like multiple different other softwares. And then after that, we will just go to do a render on V-Ray. Just go through like quickly the settings and also the functions and stuff like that, and then we jump straight into post-production for the next 1 hour or 2 hours. And if there is time, I was just thinking we can do like a Q&A session at the end, or we can do every break depending on like whoever like has a lot of questions or what, then I can just answer in the middle, or towards the end, if you guys are comfortable or you have like images, we can do like an image review. Like I can drop a link here, and then people would just since we have like around 20 people, like less than 20, it's good like if you want to just upload an image onto this drive link, and I can just run through like a post-production course, like quick markup, and give some comments if you want on how to improve the image.
It's good that everyone's like at the beach, because there's so much more than the amount of people.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who are not here, so they're missing out a little bit.
So
but it benefits
there's
us, right?
Yeah, we'll see if there's an opportunity if people are into it. If not, we can just
Yeah.
do
I'll
it
just
on your
drop a link
image.
here regardless on this chat session. And if you go to the chat, you will see this link here, and you can just drop in one.
Oh, you have
ideally
to
one.
switch the chat to everyone, otherwise
Oh,
it gets
yeah.
running between us.
Oh, yeah.
It's really annoying. They should have an
Yeah.
option to default that
Yeah.
way, but they don't.
So already
So you
drop
have
it there. You should be able to access the link. Just drop one image ideally. And I'll just try to go through it at the end of the. It can be this image based on this scene, or like any of your render that you feel like you want some feedback or whatever. I'll try to. We'll run through it. Yep. So
Cool.
that's it. I'll just start sharing my screen now. So. Okay. So for those people who already open up or like downloaded that 3D Max file, you should be able to see this scene here that I've created with like a base model provided by Mike. And because I know like I'm not really a designer, I have a design background, but it's been so long that I last used like any Grasshopper, and I feel like I use any like some of this parametric design as an example. It would be better for you guys to understand, or it will be closer to like this sort of theme. So what I did is I just used the model and just put up something really quickly and sketchy, not too complicated, just so it's easier to teach as well, and for people to like pick up. So if you go to the scene here on 3D Max, you will be able to see these are all these high poly here, and I understand like some people, they have like computers that they might not be able to handle such a high poly stuff. And to quickly do it in 3D Max, normally if I'll do it, the way I'll do it is I'll just go to edit mesh modifier to it, and then I'll just select the edges, select all of the edges. It took a while, and then just do like photo edge here at surface properties, and that way you will hide all the polylines and it'll give you a smoother workflow. It works most of the time, but sometimes you just want to see the edges here, or like create some joint lines. So normally I'll just keep that on in that case. So normally when we have come into this kind of model, this is what we have here, like in this mode. What I will do is I'll turn on F4, just so I see a little bit more detail on this model. And then I'll just go into this surfaces here, click material, you press M, sorry. And then you'll be able to see like this material. Normally, if you have Max on default, it'll be this compact. I like to work on slate because I'll be able to see what sort of material I'm applying to, and also what's happening. Like for this, for instance, if I create a material, I'll just go to material V-Ray, create a new material. I want to apply a material to, say, this surface here. So I just click this and then select similar. Is Control Q. And then I'll just apply it here. So there was already a material pre-applied, but now I'm just going to do it from scratch. So now this material has been applied into this all these surfaces. And if you can see, like there has like diffuse, reflect, refract map, and it's all like linked by nodes, right? So I can just go easily into any, for example, if I go to my computer and then my texture library, say, for example, a stone or concrete. Yep. So any concrete material, for example, if I just, you can just drag and drop into this material here, and it automatically becomes a bitmap here. And now I want to link this bitmap to this diffuse. Again, I probably get one of the black and white bump. To the bump. And that way, we will have like a material applied to it, showing the bump and the diffuse, and we can see clearly what's happening. So if anything, if I want to use this material again for the reflect, I can just quickly do it. So I feel like it's better than a compact rather than just because in compact it's just too compact for me. I can't really see it, and I jump around material, I just get lost. So it's really up to you. But for now, I'm just using this one here. So for this material, what I did is I have the material to emphasize the edge texture. So I want all the edge to be pronounced so that it creates the kind of like joint lines for all these structure, so that it's not so fluid. I'll do a quick test. So if you go to the V-Ray frame buffer here, you click it, and then you will just have this scene here. You can do it quickly, do an interactive render if you already set the model, the render engine to V-Ray. But otherwise, you can just go to this again. Let's just lock by this zoom. So you can just go to here on the render setup here on or F10. Once you click it, sorry, just take a while. Yep. You got to make sure that V-Ray 5 has been selected for you. For now, I'm using V-Ray 5. All this can be default. Make sure you set the size. By default, I think it's this. I just make it 4K, just so I, in the final render, I don't have to reset it again. But in interactive render, it depends on how big your size of the window is, and it'll just render according to that. So normally I'll just keep it small enough so that it does a really quick render and doesn't use any additional resources. So I have more resources to allocated to my modeling or like fine-tuning process. And then you just gotta make sure this is being assigned as well. Go to V-Ray. Ideally, I'll use, if I'm using CPU to render, I mostly use V-Ray CPU, not V-Ray GPU, because you understand there's a GPU here. But it doesn't, it's not really put it that way. If you don't have like a really strong graphics card, or like your scene is too huge, V-Ray V-Ray GPU will crash, whereas V-Ray CPU it's more optimized for bigger scenes and for the vast majority. So for V-Ray CPU, normally I use bucket instead of progressive, because progressive stops after a certain time, allocated time, or like a noise, it's noise based. So I will prefer bucket because it's more precise. Settings, I don't really play with it. By default, it's 24. I usually just set it 16. And if you open up my file, it should all be set up already. right? So bucket, max subdivision set to 16 so that it doesn't render like overly spend spend too much time breaking down every bucket. You see every bucket when you see like the V-Ray, 24 means it will split 24 times. So it will take extra time. And we don't need that in most cases. So, for GI, we just leave it as brute force like cache. And then if you have like a distributed render, if you have like a couple PCs or render slaves, then turn that on. Otherwise, just leave it off. Everything else, you can just leave it there. And for render element here, I have everything here loaded. You could easily add bits and pieces of this. I call this like the beauty passes. Some of you, if you guys use like Corona, you know like all these are called beauty passes. So I normally use a couple of them. The wire color is really important for me to do any post-production course. Post-production process. Wire color is really important because it splits the object according to the wire color. I'll show you later. And crypto matte is something that I put in recently. So you can just go to add and then crypto matte. Yeah. Crypto matte is really important. I find really useful with the addition with the V-Ray 5 feature, because now you can just do like mini post-production within V-Ray itself. And same as the light mix. This is very similar to Corona. Whoever that's familiar with Corona, this is V-Ray's version of light mix. Basically, you can manipulate light colors and brightness within the V-Ray frame buffer after it's being rendered. So you don't really have to use any more resources and prevent any more crashes. You can just watch, set the light there and fine tune the light, colors, and brightness real time without much resources being used, which is a very, very good tool for me to explore lighting. I'll show you later. So all this, other than that, these are like just additional stuff: reflection, refraction, extra texture. If you have any dirt parts, you can just add on it and you just create a kind of ambient occlusion effect on the surface. And that's all for here. After you have added everything, try not to add everything here, because there's a lot of stuff that you don't need. You see that there's a lot here, but normally I just put it, just in case I need it. But most of the time, I only use this like 4 or 5 of the passes for like post-production, which is what I mentioned earlier. The atmosphere can be useful if you have like fog, specular, to have like some kind of sheen or shine effect on the edges, yeah. So once you have set all this in, now you can just start a render. Also, sorry, I forgot something. So if you're using interactive render as part of like a design process, or like a render process, put it that way, because it's interactive, so as it follows a specific viewport. So which is why we need to make sure this thing is off by default, right? So for example, if I turn on a interactive render right now, see, if I click on this viewport, it changes to this viewport. It can be good depending on how you use it, but I find it really confusing and disturbing, because sometimes I just need to move stuff in plan, and then I wanted to look at it, what I have on my the view that I've set real time, but because I'm moving things in plan, this render jumps again. It jumps off from that view to the viewport that I'm in. So normally I'll just go to that viewport that I want to focus on. I'll lock it. So right now it will only render based on this viewport. See, it will only render on this. I mean, you know, now it's like overexposed and stuff like because I haven't really set anything. Also, yep, let me just turn this off. Delete everything. So reset. Right? So everything has been reset to basic. I'm just gonna try to start from scratch. So this is what you have like normally, like without anything. It's like either black or either this means like it's not being set up. And that means we need to do something with it. Normally it's the exposure. So normally what we can do is you can press 8 and you open up, press 8, hit the 8 on the keyboard, and then you will just open up the environment and effects button. By default, this is nothing as well. So you have no sky, no exposure, no nothing, right? So how are we going to tackle this is normally what I will do is I'll set a camera, find a view that I like, for example, this. We'll talk about camera later. So once I find a view that I really like, I'll just create a camera, Control C. It will create a camera based on this perspective. Sorry, just froze it. Okay, so you see like camera has been created. And now I can just go click on here, select camera, or you can just select it from here. But you know, sometimes if your scene is too cluttered, you can't really find it. You can just straight away go to here, or just go to C, pick your camera, select camera, right? Or there is also another function, which is the layer explorer. So this is where you manage your scene layering properly. This is the active layer. When there's a green there, it means there's active layer. And whatever you do or create, it will go to the active layer. So make sure, just bring it there. Bring it to like your layer. You can just create a new layer outside and call it cam. And whatever camera that we created just now, you can just drop it there. And that's how you sort out and keep your layers organized. So normally what I have is I will have a design layer, which is for now, I'll call it the geometry. And I'll have the context layer, which is why this is called the desert base. And also I have a cam layer. Now I have two because one is like I pre-adjusted this. And there is also a lights layer. This is where I control all the lights. And also sometimes I have a sun layer, and also like multiple different light layers, depending on how I want to play with the light. Like if the lights are different, I want to group them together, then you know I have different layers to that. So back to the camera. So now we're just selecting the camera. You can just quickly go select here. Layer Explorer, physical camera 2, and then you reach this camera. And then you'll be able to see all this sensor, lens. Normally, I'll go uncheck this field of view based on degree. I'll go back to camera based on millimeters. And 28 is my like comfortable sweet spot. It's not too wide angle, or it's not too like close, but it really depends on the situation or type of view that you want to do. Normally I just do it, set it at 28 and then adjust from there if needed. Don't have to do any of this. If you want to do depth of field, yeah, sure. Motion blur. Again, if there's nothing moving there, you don't have to turn it on. And for the exposure, this is the way we resolve the overexposed situation that we had earlier. So right now it's on 6000 ISO. I'll just put in 200. That's what I do. That's a basic, and then we adjust from there. Then perspective control. We always turn on 2 points perspective. It's not an aerial view, or if it's not a plan view. Just so you get the vertical lines, like perspective straighten. It just gives you a more like professional look. Right. So now we go back to this. We can adjust. See again. See, now we see a black. You know why? Because there's no sun, and there's no light at all. Which is correct, because if there's no light, it's supposed to be black. So now we're gonna introduce the sun in. A very quick sun. And you can go to photometric. If you have V1.0 installed, there should be under here plus the third one. If there's V1.0 installed, there should be a V1.0 tab here, and then you can use the V1.0 sun. All right. So normally if I put in a sun, I'll adjust it in a plan view on the plan view, so it's easier to adjust the sun and stuff like that. You know where you're placing, and make sure you don't have auto grade on, because you don't want it to snap onto something. So go to top view, or simply press T, and you go to top view, and then press Z, and you will zoom to the object, and then you can zoom out, and then make sure you press F3 so that you're not on the surface. You're on a wireframe mode, I mean. So now we could just roughly place the sun, for example, somewhere here. So the moment you click, that's where the sun spot is, and then whatever you're dragging, hold it. That's the target. So what you want the sun to be shining on to. So in this case, I want it to point towards the building. And it will prompt you whether you want to add a sun sky environment map. Yes. And now we can do a test again. Should work. Oh, sorry, I have something turned on. So if you go to on my file, I think I forgot to delete that as well. You have this effect. Press 8. This effect here that shouldn't be there for now, which is why you see a foggy scene. So this is what you have with basic sun, basic material. It's not really a bad image, but it doesn't show anything. And obviously this model is not being properly smoothed and stuff like that. So normally, how I work on this images is I'll keep this open. If it's not too taxing, your resource taxing, you can go to your task manager and see if you have enough memory to play with. If it starts going crazy, or your CPU starts going crazy, then maybe it's a good idea to turn it off. And also, it's a good habit to save progressively, right? So now it's on 17% usage. So it's not too bad. It's rendering live, and you get to do the tweaks. That's how I like to do it. It's not a really healthy practice if the scene is too heavy, so keep in mind. But for this purpose, I think I'm gonna leave it on, because it's better, because you see live progress straight away. So with this image, lighting has been introduced. Remember, I said you can have this light mix onto the V1.0 element. It will show up here. If you don't have a light mix, V1.0 light mix introduced in the V1.0 elements, render elements, it won't show up. It will just show up as RGB, and there's no light mix here. Sorry, just waiting to load. So V-Ray light mix. This one here. It contributes to this tab, like it opens up this tab. So right now you will have all, which it breaks down all the lights in the scene and show it as like a layered thing that you can layered parameters that you can just control. So if all means everything, I'll just turn this off for this purpose. So all means everything. So if I turn it off, the whole scene will be black because now you don't have any light, right? And if I turn off the sun, you will still see there's no difference here because I think the sun is at a very, very low angle. You can just check with going front. Yeah, the sun is almost at the horizon, like almost sunset, right? But if I ramp it up, for example, if I turn off the environment, you see nothing as well. So which means that this whole scene is now being lit just purely on the environment, right? On the sky itself. So what is interesting about this light mix is you can adjust the brightness of the sun within the V-Ray viewport without changing anything on the 3D. So you're keeping it pure, and you can just change the brightness of the sun, at the sky, or you can go all the way down to maybe 0.1, and all of a sudden it just changes the mood. It's canceling the autosave. And on top of that, you can also change the mood of it instantly. It's not really just like a color Instagram filter on it. It really affects everything on the scene based on it recasts the light based on the color that you adjusted. So it might not be clearer. So now if I pull the sun higher a bit, you will be able to see. So now if I re-render it, right now we turn it off. Now you'll be able to see how it separates it. So now there's a V-Ray sun because now the sun is higher. So light, there's light contribution from the sun itself. And I can turn it to very low, or I can make it into the purple sun. Because the V-Ray sun has a default physical sun-based colorization based on the time and angle. So what it does is, at this low sun, V-Ray sun is normally, at this low sun, the real sun will be like orangey, right? So V-Ray sun will cast an orangey sun lighting out. And now if we ramp up this one to blue, it wouldn't really show blue, although the saturation is at blue. Because right now what it's trying to do is it's using blue mix with the original color, which is orangey, right? And then you get like a muted neutral color. So it works best if the light source is white. But that being said, you can still adjust it to any close spectrum of the color to get some interesting effect, like red or anything. And you can just tone this down, for example, and you get this kind of interesting lighting beyond what's imaginable. Like whatever you imagine is possible, beyond what's physically accurate, right? It's a good thing to play around, experiment, So let's go back to and then now I can just start introducing a couple of V-Ray lights to show you how we could really integrate lighting into designing the scene and composing the scene. So if I want to do, I can introduce a V-Ray light here. It could be a plane. So there's a couple of ways to do it. So there's a plane, there's a dome, there's a sphere, there's a mesh, there's a disc. Normally what I use the most for V-Ray lighting is plane and sphere. Sphere creates a kind of like omni effect. whereas plane is more directional. I do IES, but mostly on just on architecture renderings where you need like proper IES stuff. But other than that, it's mostly to get like the lighting feel, look and feel. It's more very light and then plain. So if I drop in here and I can start dragging to determine the size of the light. Right now you see the layer explorer is showing that all these lights are all in this cam layer. So we can just start moving it. So we group this and we call it. And then we go back to cam adjustment. Whatever new light that we just created, which is this one here. Call it so put one in here. So now it's on ground. We're going to bring it up a little bit. And then point it at this building. And we do a test render again to see how it's affecting the building. It might be too bright. Yeah, it's too bright. And now there's one big chunk of like, spotlight there, like showing up. So how we're going to remove it is we select the light. And then we go to the drop down on mirror light on 3D Max. We can turn it to be invisible. And right now it just doesn't show up anymore. So it's just a mysterious light source shining on the surface of the light. And if we just want like pure diffuse, we can turn off this reflection and stuff like that, which will be pretty useful later down the road because if this light source is invisible, for example, if the reflection is checked for some reason, when it's a highly reflected surface, it will still show under reflection on the surface, this rectangular light, which gives away that there's a fake light there and you don't want it. So sometimes I turn it off, but in most cases, if it doesn't affect anything, I just leave it on, right? And as you can see, color white. It used to be before the V1.0 5, before they introduced any light mix function, it used to be a lot of testing on the multiplier, and then you got to go around testing the temperature, the light to get the colors right, and then going back and forth. Right now, no longer need to do it. All you need to do is focus on where you want to cast the light, how big the light source is, and leave the rest onto light mix. So as you can see, I put in a light here. V1.0 light mix automatically registers this light, right? I'll turn it off again. So right now it's not updating. So you see, it's no longer rendering, but I still have the ability to control how bright the light is. And now, because the light is white, I can cast it to any colors that I want. And it's a very, really good and powerful tool for you to explore like different rendering moods and composition and see how it affects your scene. And I find it really powerful because right now you have one, right? And you kind of like this kind of setting and you want to say replicate it, this light source across the whole scene. And it might be too complicated for you to do it in previous, but right now you can just do it by just replicating a clone. So what I'll do is, so I'll just shift drag. That will create a new clone of this. and 3D Max will ask you if you want it as a copy or an instance or a reference. It's very important. I normally use these two, but copy, it creates a completely new light, adjustable light within, so it's separate from this identity, whereas this instance, it retains the properties of this, and light mix will be able to register this as the instance of the original light. So if I can create, like, keep creating this, like I have 3 sources of this, for example. And now all 3 of these are instances. If I go to 3D Max again, although it resets because you there's a new changes to this lighting where you're creating more instances of it, so it resets, right? But you see, one, it will just you will still be able to, you're still able to control the lighting with just this layer alone, which I find it really handy. So right now, because it keeps track, so this was the last used color example, and it was around 0.5. And say if you really want to create something else, like create a new source of lighting, you can just use it as a copy, and it will just create a new copy of a light separated from the instances. Just give me a second. I might crash. And you just gotta what you're gonna do is refresh this interactive render, because for the light mix to register, it will recompile the lighting in the scene, and that's why you need to do a refresh. And now you see there are 4 lights here, but there's only 2 here because 3 are instance here, and this is separated from whatever that was there. And remember how I say turning off the effect reflection. Sorry. As you can see here, it's already invisible, this light here, but because I didn't turn off effect reflection, and there's a reflective surface here, which is the thin shell glass here, glazing here, so it's still showing up, giving away this form here. So when I turn this off, you won't be able to see it anymore. On, off, right? So normally I'll turn it off. And again, back to here. And now you can just give it like a blue or something. And there's a million possibilities to play with these lights here. But no, don't go crazy and just populate the scene with like 200 lights or like 500 lights. You might just kill your computer. All right. So just put it where you feel you need the lights. And then just play with it. You can even make it smaller, through the modifier too. Sorry.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Javier is asking if you can repeat the exposure settings.
Oh, exposure setting. Sorry.
And then
For some reason,
can you please use the Q&A box so we can keep track of the questions? Thank you.
Oh yeah, there's no there. Exposure, camera. Yep, sure. Sorry, I didn't have the chat open, so wasn't paying attention, but I was constantly looking at the Q&A. There's nothing there. So for the exposure setting, are you currently getting a black image or like an overexposed image? if you go down, if you select the camera that you're in, make sure this viewport has the camera as an active viewport, right? And then you just gotta go select camera, and it will be on this camera. You're just gonna scroll down to exposure. By default, it's target. I use manual, and I set it to 200 ISO. Try it. Too white, yeah. Yep, that's a sign of overexposed. Is it still overexposed? So now do another test of interactive render again. Make sure this is on light mix. I mean, you can show it on RGB as well. And make sure your layers on top on this V-Ray frame buffer is just denoiser, sharpen, and lens effect. No exposure, no nothing. If you have anything, just press the delete button, because we haven't got to that yet. And I think I've forgotten to delete it, and I've already deleted it at the very beginning of before I started rendering. Yes. If you have exposure here, you could show something like that as well. So this is for post adjustment. Once you're done with the scene, you start adjusting. So right now we just delete it. So keep it really clean, except the light mix tab on here. And to be safe, you can reset everything and just adjust it so that it's lower and not white anymore. Is it all okay? So let me know if it's not okay, and I'll just go back, come back to you. But otherwise, going back to here, now that we've done, like, introduce the light mix, it's time to fix this material. So you can see, like, there's this kind of like rough surface, whereas it's supposed to be a very smooth surface. What you need to do is select material, select the model. Normally, select similar, and you should be able to add a modifier called smooth here. Smooth modifier. Good. So what I do is I'll normally go to editable this surfaces, and then I'll just add a delete this again. All right, go to the modifier, smooth, select smooth. And then auto smooth. Right, you won't be able to see it here in the viewport. Same thing, you apply to everything else. Sorry, everything that needs to be smoothened, you just apply this smooth, auto smooth. Make sure smooth modifier, and then click the auto smooth. And now we're gonna do another test render. There, it's gone now. So it's way smoother now. Like, you don't really have this one probably haven't been applied yet. So it's easier to see. See, it's really easy to check. This one has the tick on, this one doesn't. So when you do an auto smooth, we just smoothen all the edges. Yeah. For some reason, it just doesn't do it on its own. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So everything is being smoothed, and obviously it doesn't look appealing because we have a really basic material. So what I did for this model is I emphasize the joint line. So I make the geometry smooth, but I emphasize the joint line to add some realism to it. How I did it, so we just go back to this material rollout here, and this was the material that was applied to this material. So right now it's really plain. There's nothing there. You can see everything is just basic. So what I normally do is to add the joint lines. Remember how I say we keep the joint lines here. We don't auto edge at the very beginning. That's because I want to keep the joint lines. And now how do I emphasize it? So V-Ray, in V-Ray, you will have this special tool called V-Ray edge texture. So what it does is that you highlight all the edges, and right now it's in white. I'll show you. So if I do it onto a diffuse, right now it will add a white outline to this material. When you apply to the surface, it will just follow all the surface and just trace out all the edges. I don't really like it white. But some of you might find it interesting. It could be a really interesting tool, you know. Say for example, if I turn this into a transparent material, you know, it's very good for diagrams and stuff like that, you know. Do this. Sorry, refract 0. Wrong practice. This light. Sorry. Opacity. Okay. So if I go to the opacity, it's and apply it to the opacity, for example. Right now, it's a transparent material, but only shows like a wireframe outline of the model, which is good for some kind of like visualization for me, like for a diagram, or like, you know, like the kind of 3D print texture. So yeah, it depends on how you use it, or you can even use it to as a lighting, you know. So you just want the edges to lit up, so you can just drag this to the self-illumination tab, and you will see it's lit up. It will have a kind of glow. I made that kind of glow on around all the edges, and the color depends on, of course, here. If you double click here, it depends on what you set. Right now it's white, right? So if I make it blue, for example, it will glow in blue. So for now, I think I just want to express the joint line a little onto the model so that it's not so flat. It has some sort of like construction elements to it. Pixel width, because right now I feel like it's too thick for a joint line. So I'll just go with 0.5 and see how it goes. Better, but it's still quite thick. Maybe 2. Yeah. I feel like this is the sort of balance that I want, but definitely not white, because white just doesn't look real. It feels like a web, right? So black, maybe. Yep. And you don't want it to feel too diagrammatic as well. So you can control it by either making it even thinner, but it depends on how far your scene is. If your scene is this far, you might not be able to see it, you know. So if it's very close, you know, if you have a very close view or angle, then you might want to tone down the width even more, or you can mix this. So right now, if you go back to this main material tab, parameter, roll out, and just go all the way down to the map here. Drop, open it up, and you'll be able to see diffuse here has a texture, which is what you applied in this V-Ray edge texture. And right now it's on 100% opacity. So this diffuse is 100% reliant onto this V-Ray edge texture here. All right. So if you feel it's a bit too much, so it's almost like a opacity in Photoshop, layer opacity. So you can set it to 70%. So what happens to the 30%, the rest of the 30%? So the rest of the 30% will be based on this color. So now it's telling V-Ray to render this material at 70% opacity influence of this V-Ray edge texture, and the rest of the 30% just color it as this default diffuse color. So if, for example, if you go to red, now it will be like 30% of this it will be influenced by this red, right? So we go back to the default, and now it's on 70% opacity, put that way. Yep. For now, I think that's basically for this material that adds the kind of joints. Of course, you can put more reflectivity to it so that it doesn't look so flat. See how if you add like a fully reflective surface, you get a kind of like glossy look, because right now it's 100% reflective, and then there's like full glossiness. So it's literally like a plastic, a very, very reflective plastic, and you don't want it. So I'll turn glossy to normally 0.5 to test whether that's good. 0.5 maybe, so it's more muted. And yeah, that's the kind of thing that I want, like the kind of a little bit of light coming through the surface. So, but not too much. And you know, if it's a metal, you want to make it look metally, you know, you can do this. You know, it will create a kind of like metallic feel to it. But I feel like it's too strong. And now we are set with this material, and we'll go to this glass material. Yeah, you can see it's a very, so I selected the glass material. So normally I work in 2 screens, so because Zoom doesn't allow me to like project 2 screens, so I have to squeeze everything into 1 screen. It's just takes me a while to be comfortable and used to this workflow. Normally my interactive screen will be on another screen, and then you know I'll have my slate material, you know, open up on the other screen as well. So you know I have a bigger room to play with. Right now I'm just trying to squeeze everything in so that you know you guys will be able to catch whatever that's happening. So for this mirror, it's the geosphere thing that it's under this geosphere layer. First one, the layer is calculated. So if you go to this geosphere, you'll be able to see there is a little bit stuff here applied, but it's just to create a kind of like glass effect. So click it, and then go back to this slate material here. Press material, get from selected, and now it will show up the material that has been applied to here, which is like glass. So what I did is basically just a V-Ray default material from the library. So in V-Ray 5, they have this material library here. They have introduced a material library, so you can get it on by pressing onto this tab here, the colorful ball, red, blue, green, yellow tab here. It's called a Variant Material Library Browser. I'm not sure whether you have to download extra or additional stuff on it, but it comes with like quite usable, basic materials, a library of it, and sometimes for really quick presentation and like render practice, it's fairly usable. So this is just a very generic class that I apply to it. I think it's this one here, glass window water blue. Yeah. So what I did is just apply it into it, and that's all. I think I tweaked the Fresnel. So if you can see, if I dragged it here, what's changed here? So by default, the Fresnel is 1.8. I can just apply it to the glass, and you can see it's not much difference. But I like the Fresnel. Fresnel affects like the kind of brightness of the reflection of the overall material, right? So if I have like a 5, 4, or whatever, you will see that it gets brighter and brighter. Right, I'll put it 50, for example. You see, like it's showing the reflection in a very, very bright manner. So by default, it's 1.8. Find it a bit dim, which is why I bump it to 2.5. Right. I've also adjusted. What have I adjusted? I added a thin wall. Just so it gets the kind of like ETFE kind of material. It's not much different, but it just gives the kind of reflection SSR to it. So that's basically the setup for this model, this design, I think. As for the texture of the ground, it doesn't look good on certain because it was a really just a generic plane. I'll just do it from scratch to show you how I did this. So what I did was basically I can hide it. So I turn off the interactive rendering already. Mixing, yep. And let's create another plane. So for the ground, I just drag a plane from the standard primitive, and I made the segment, if I'm not wrong, just enough count so that there's a lot of poly here, and I didn't model anything. What I did is I used under the modifier tab, I press a displace. I just add a displacement modifier. It's here somewhere. Yep. So this one here, that I just got somewhere from the online on the displacement of a rocky dune site. You can just Google like displacement maps for terrain, and you will be able to get lots of options. Obviously, this is supposed to be a sand dune, but because the scale is such a big one, it doesn't really matter. So what I did is add a displace here, and you can just drag this displacement map onto the map box here and press it as instance, so that whatever you change here, if there is a need to change anything, it will be reflected into this as well. Do not use it as a copy, okay? And do not drop it here, because this will just show up as a bitmap for this. It will be like a texture for this plane, which is not what you want. You want it to affect the building itself, the plane itself. So the next step to do it is you will see like nothing has happened, right? But now with this material being chucked in here, the texture being chucked in here, if you adjust the strength, see, this is by millimeter, that's why it's not really showing anything. right? You'll be able to see changes, for example, like that, right? And of course, if you do it too crazy, you'll get like weird results. What I do is I just want a little bit of like a movement around the ground, so it's not so flat. What I do is I just put it at 600, for example. All right. Which class did you choose? Sorry. I use the glass window water blue. And I did it. I did some edit, right? So coming back to this. Once you have the displacement pattern and the strength reached to a point that you really like, I will also blur it a little bit so that it's smoother, right? 0.2. And then what I'll do next is, did I add a turbo smooth? You can add a turbo smooth, but then you'll probably like add like double the poly for this. I have a pretty okay PC, so I think I'm allowed to do that. But if you don't really have a really strong PC, don't try not to do turbo smooth if possible, unless you really need the detail, because it will crash the system. Or do a save before you do it. You know, for this instance, I collapse it, right, so that whatever they've done just now, everything will now be collapsed and be turned into just a mesh. So right now I have a mesh, which is what we had earlier, right? And that's how I came up with the model. As for the texture, it's just a very generic sand texture again from somewhere here. Let me just go to ground, sand. Yeah, it's one of these, right? And then you just gotta go to UV map W. See, test it whether it works. Box mapping. All right. To bring that up again. Right. Yep. So you see that kind of wavy and stuff like that. That's the display thing. That's what I want to do, like to make it less flat and stuff like that. So with the map, with the scene now set up, we can start looking onto the views. There are a couple of plugins that I find useful in terms of like composing the scene. I'll show you later how a couple later. But for now, we go back to perspective now, and we can just start finding a view to show the building. Normally I wouldn't go up this close and stuff like that, because with this kind of, especially with this kind of like parametric design, unless you have a very clear idea, or like or this studio, it really depends on what you need. If it's something that you're not showing, like for now, like I'm just showing like visions of the future, right? And futuristic stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that are not being resolved. For example, this model I've just created within a day, or less than 2 hours. So there's a lot of unresolved things and like overlapping geometries and stuff like that. I don't want to go near to it. So I know in place that cannot work very closely, because I'll get myself into trouble. So I want to showcase this thing in the best possible way, and do something elegant to it. And I'm just trying to find like a view for it. Like, I mean, this could work as well. like a really side elevation, this kind of view. If I find a view that you really like, just on perspective, just spin around. Once you found it, Control C, that will create a new camera on top immediately, and it will replicate the last camera setting that you use. So remember when we set the 200 ISO and like the lens to be 28, it will be matching that previous camera setting. So you don't really have to reset it again. And if you go to the V1 frame buffer, and if you want to do quick render, it should now show up everything nicely. You don't really have to set anything, right? And you go back to perspective again, and it's exposed because this perspective camera, this perspective scene has not been optimized. I do use V1 camera, but I'm more comfortable with physical camera, right? So because I've been using physical camera for years, V1 camera is really powerful as well, because I believe that you can just do auto exposure, auto lighting, auto color balance and stuff like that, which is really good. But also sometimes it's a good function, it's a good addition. It really depends on how comfortable you are. It's a very similar kind of like process. Yeah. So for now, I came across, for example, this view here that I really like, and to just check on a couple of like composition tricks and stuff like that. So I just feel like this view works because composition wise, I'm not a composition expert, but I do use like a couple of rules, such as if I go to a script and I run a script here, there's a couple of plugins that I use. This one, for example, image composition helper, right? So what this tool does is that it just overlay a composition grid, types of composition onto this the viewport. So it has to be the active viewport, right, that you're on. And it just gives you a guidance on how to adjust the light, the view and camera, sorry. So for now, I have the rule of thirds on and also the golden spiral. That's what I use most of the time. And it helps me to sort of fine tune the view to my liking. So if I go to link, I think I locked this camera. It keeps crashing on 3D Max. I will send you a link. But to be honest, it doesn't really. I'll send you a link later to you. 1 second. Let me see. It took me a while to script this tricks. Yeah, if you go to CG Tricks, which is a good site for like resources and plugins, and you search image composition helper, you should be able to get it on these two links here. I've downloaded it for a long time ago, so I'm not sure whether it's still working or not. But regardless, it shouldn't. What I do is like previously without having this plugin, what I normally do is I will use the snipping tool to snip out the screen, for example, sorry, and just draw my rule of thirds on top, like I don't really use golden spiral, but it's just, sometimes it's just addition, like, if it lines up, then it's a plus for me. But otherwise, it's easy. Like, you just gotta gauge it. So, like, sorry. And you just gotta make sure, like, some of your talking points or the focus of the image has to fall into any of this, and make sure like your composition is more like 60-30 solids, and you don't really have to follow like exactly to the dot, like it's just a serve as a guideline. Like you just got to make sure like the white space, empty space, it's good to have like a kind of breathing room for the image, and then like you have like the background taking only like 30% of the image, and then your focus, your subject to fall on either of these grids, the intersection of the grids, right? So that's just a guideline to help to give you a better image composition. Yeah. If we go back to whatever that just created down there. So that this is not a pre-calibrated view. So if I go to that script again, rotate, right? So I can just use the camera target and adjust it so that it sort of like you get the same kind of vibe, you know what I mean, to this row of thirds. I mean, it's not a bad view setup previously, but it just gives you a better, idea, and maybe just improve it by slightly. You use it as a guideline, but it's not a necessary thing. And if you have practiced enough, this rule of thirds, this line will always be somewhere. Like you can just mentally visualize it as you work on it. Like even, sometimes you follow rule of thirds and it will still look off. Like for example, it just looks like there's a lot of ground at the moment and stuff like that. So, you might want to do something to give it a little bit more less ground. And it could be the kind of arrival scene, like for example, this is kind of like an alien environment, right, in a desert. So you can have like in like as I set up the view, I almost every time I was just think a story for it, not really a story, but like what's happening in the scene. So for this, I'll always imagine like I can almost imagine like there's this ship going, like landing onto here, and that kind of thing. And it's just a very long horizontal view. It screams for that kind of vibe. Yeah. And something happening in the foreground here. And you get the kind of like wispy, plain, muted sky at the back, just so your eyes just gets drawn into this subject. Yep. So going back to the view that I really like is this. So that's the basic of everything. And right now, you can also add some effects on top of this render. And normally, I will introduce fog whenever possible to my scene. Not heavily, but it just adds some sort of depth to the whole image. So onto to do it again. So we just press 8, open up the environment tab. Don't touch anything here. Go all the way down, atmosphere, under atmosphere. Sorry, by default, there's nothing here. You can add a V-Ray, environmental fog, volume fog, but normally I just go with the aerial perspective because it's the fastest and it doesn't really use up any resources. But the rest here, it requires some knowledge to the settings and stuff like that to get it right, and also it takes a while to render because the fog it affects the lighting, affects the reflection, and it requires like precise calculation. So render time takes way longer compared to aerial perspective. So this is a very cheap trick that I applied. Again, when you apply this, it will show up here as well under self-illumination tab, because it's part of the, I think, and you can just set it to affect environmental ray. That way, it will overtake the whole scene. So right now, visibility range, it means that how visible is the scene, how far away is the fog. So right now it's 6,000 meters away. So very, very far away. And atmospheric height is like how thick and how tall is this, fog. Right now it's set as 6,000. So as you can see, if I lower it, you can start see the sky behind it again. So if I set it to 1, this is the default sky, right? And if I go back to 6,000, and you'll see like it's been covered in fog. So that's the new fog. And the filter color, I leave it to white as well, because in light mix, if you go under the self-illumination tab, you'll be able to adjust the fog color. Again, like I keep it white because there's more adjustability, and you can easily turn it into a night scene without it's not really a fog now at this rate. It's just like a color overlay on top to create a new mood. And for now, you can easily create like a night scene with these. Remember how it was a sunset? Now it's just a night mood with like some lights here and more adjustment. You can easily fake out a night scene without like readjusting the scene at all. So height, for now I think we just go to 600 maybe, so that not too tall. We still want to see a bit of the background. And visibility range, I'll show you. If it's 1, meaning the fog is right in your face, anything that's beyond 1 meter will be in fog, and that's how it is right now. So you do 100, you start seeing a bit. Also, one thing to note is that V-Ray light and this aerial perspective, they fight with each other. So for some reason, it will just show up as boxes. It's a known issue, but not really disturbing because sometimes you can just brush it away with like in Photoshop. So if I go back to 6,000, meaning it's far away, you no longer see the box. And for this instance, let's try probably 1,000. So at the distant ground here, you will still see the fog. And to check whether there's still fog in the scene, you can always go back to this self-illumination, turn it on, turn it off. So this is what it looks like without the fog. This is what it has with the fog. And right now, what you have here is almost what I had before I pre-rendered. So with a couple of adjustments and stuff like that, we can proceed to render. Wait a second. So far, do you guys have any questions? You can just type it there, and I'll just try to answer. just gonna adjust it a little bit. To a point that you really like, right? Once you liked it, once you're comfortable with it, and now you can just go into like the post-production side within V-Ray. Previously it was not really available, like not really possible, but right now it's just possible with like, because V-Ray has improved so much and stuff in terms of like the functions and stuff like that. V-Ray, so Martin has asked, do you know if some of these features are V-Ray for 3D Max exclusive? Not that I know of, because V-Ray, they have been really inclusive in terms of like all these functions. So for light mix, for it has been there for, I think it's rolled out for all the, including SketchUp, Rhino. Yeah, I've seen, like, I'm pretty sure I've seen the changelog and the release notes. They are all there for all the, as long as like V-Ray is being supported. Yeah, they should have it. Yeah. So if you go to, but let me see, things like that, they might not be in the same place. That's where maybe sometimes you just gotta Google like where to find, like, for example, V-Ray Aerial Perspective. It's also available in SketchUp and also in Rhino. You just gotta know where to activate it. It's just bits and pieces that's available like differently depending on how the software is being built, like the 3D software. But yeah, they should have everything. Yep. And once you got to a setting like that you're happy with, you can just do like some quick posts here. Say for example, if I just want to add like an exposure to it, exposure layer. So this is your layering, like a post-production layer, mini post-production layer. It's like Photoshop. So you add an exposure layer, you can adjust the exposure, right? Contrast, highlights, so it doesn't look some burnout, all the white bits. You can just turn it muted, and then you can just focus on all this contrast, right? Give it a bit more contrast and more exposure, right? So previously that's all you can do, but with like V-Ray Crypto Matte, I think it's being introduced quite a while ago since V-Ray Next. You will be able to now, under like exposure, once you set everything, this applies to the whole thing, right? So say if I want to create another one here, I'll just show you what V-Ray Crypto Matte does. So the same thing, I have like an exposure, but right now I just want to affect to a specific layer. For example, this material here. What I'll do is, let's see, it's kind of orange and light. I can't really troubleshoot. Where has it always been orange and light? Yeah, you gotta be more specific, like since when did it happen? So coming back to this, so if I just want to apply it to the surface, for example, if I go to the Crypto Matte, I'll come back to you, Yavia. I can now create, sorry, just gonna expand this so you can see it. So properties for exposure, and now I want it to be, I can go under this layer mask thing here and select Crypto Matte Mask. So with the V-Ray render element having part of like the V-Ray, and if you have included the V-Ray Crypto Matte under the V-Ray render element tab, which I put in like very beginning of the course, you'll be able to see like V-Ray Crypto Matte Mask, and then you have all this. You should have like a V-Ray Crypto Matte layer right there. So now you can just go pick and select. So instead of just applying onto the whole scene, now it just mask it so that it affects the brightness of this material itself. And you can use it to sort of like do mini Photoshop adjustment to the scene. Say, for example, if the ground is too black, right? You click it and you can just give it a bit more contrast. And, like you can just turn it off to check. So this is without line mix, without everything, without any display correction. This is how it looks. And with display correction, without all the adjustments, you can just turn it off and on, to see how it looks like. And of course, this is just brightness, and then you can just do like hue saturation, right? Lots of things you can do. Like it's almost like a mini Photoshop. Yeah, we have a pause here. I'm just coming back to behavior. So from the start, my scene is kind of orange and lighter. Show. Can you post in the chat? Are you allowed to drop in an image or a screenshot? If you can put it in, I can try to troubleshoot to see what's going on. If you can do that. So coming back to this, I'll further adjust the fog so that it's a bit more foggy for my scene. Start to get a bit more foggy now. Now I'm just gonna do some fine tuning to the lighting. Importing what I had previously. Yeah, so yeah, if you could just upload a screenshot of what's happening on your screen, I can just have to see how I can fix it. For now, I'll just try to merge the lights that I've set. So, can't upload image. Mike, are you there? Is there something? Is there?
I just told him to put it in your Google.
Oh, in the Dropbox.
No, in your Google link.
On the Google Drive, yeah. Yeah, probably that will work. Just put in lights. So that's what I had set previously with the V1.0 lights. So that's where I put in here the entry. Have some kind of like so that's where I had put in the lights here. I did have some on the entry and then some on the interior And again, what I had was second. Let me just select the lights here. Yep. So the light is double-sided. That way it affects inside and outside. So it's emitting light out and inwards. Because it's for this instance, I'm using a sphere instead of a plane. And I'm also making it invisible. I should turn off reflection and specular. All right. So it's only diffusing. And for this instance, I made it 1.0 is default, but I made it more, emphasize it more by pressing it, setting it to 2. So it's like double the multiplier. So another way of working, you can easily you can actually put it as multiplier 60 and it will still work the same. Instead of like pressing 2 here, it's just another way of adjusting the parameter. So I've set the lights to be orangey and the fog to be like bluish, and then have the sun to be like really powerful, like just shining down. But obviously it's not doing anything because the sun is low. And yeah, so this is the kind of scene. It reaches to a point that I feel like I'm comfortable to render. So now just want to, before I render, normally I'll just do another check. On the render setting, I'll just turn it off, and then I just go to the render setting just to double check everything to make sure everything is all right, and I'll just set it to render. So again, make sure it's V5. If it's like the default, for this instance, we're using a 16:9 frame, the default HDTV video. So by default is this, but because we need to post-production, I would normally set it. This is like my standard of rendering the size. So 4000 at the biggest, and the shortest will be whatever it is. So if it's like a 4:3, it will be like 4000 by 3000, right? For this instance, it will just automatically adjust to based on the image expect. And as for the V-Ray setting here, nothing to play with, except that I would change this from progressive to bucket. Bucket is what I use to get the kind of finite response, rendering outcome. And max division set to 16. Unless you really have a really powerful PC, then just set it to 24. I think 24 was default. Yeah, just leave it as default, or you just go down to 16 for this purpose. Brute force like cache. No distributed rendering, but if you have like a render farm or something, then just to turn it on. Everything else just default. Render elements, make sure you have all the things that you need, but not everything, just whatever that you need, and things that you think you need. So reflection path, refraction, lighting, extra texture if you have it, but if you don't, it's fine. Atmosphere to get a kind of like depth, it's like V-Ray Z depth is similar, but you can't really have Z depth if you don't really have like a fog effect there. Also crypto matte. I have 4 layers of crypto matte, because every crypto matte, it gives you, if you go scroll all the way down, it gives you the option to show what kind of ID you want to show. Do you want it to break down according to colors according to the layer name, or the material name, or the layer group, or like node name, like the name of the objects. So I don't know what I need. So normally I'll just keep adding. Like what I did is like I add V-Ray in this crypto mat here. Sorry. So if I go to crypto mat, I add it 4 times. That's how I do it. You can just keep adding. You can add 6 or you can add 10. It's fine. But what I did is I just add 4 or 5 of them, and I just rename it. So layer name, it will be layer name. If it's just node name, then it will be node name. Sorry. So I have 4 instances of it just in case, I have the flexibility to play with in this tab here. Right? Not to say that I'll use it, but it's just for me in case. But try not to overpopulate it, because when you save out everything, when it's done rendering, you have a hard time, because every output, it's gonna be the same file size. So if this is like a 4K render, and then you save it as a TIFF, for example, it will take around 40 meg per image. So here already you have like 20 images here. So that's like 800 meg of raw image. So try not to, unless you have like unlimited storage space, try to be space saving. Right. So once you have all this put in, like mix and stuff like that, now you can just do a quick test render here, interactive render again, to see everything is showing up okay. And then you can hit render. I will probably go for a 5-minute break, just to leave this to render, and then it should render really quickly. I think it's faster than that, but just a short break, and come back when it's rendering, and then we can just jump to post-production. Stop sharing for that while it's rendering. Sorry, before I go, so to answer, the function of the V-Ray extra texture is, if you have it there, there will be, under the drop down, there will be like a bitmap location where you can just drop in an ambient occlusion grunge map, and you will be able to set like for the edges to create a kind of like dirt map. It's like a dirt pass, to give it the whole thing a more some kind of texture. So what it does is like it analyzes all the edges and gives that kind of like apply the kind of edges dirt pass to it. I will show you some example when I get back on how this V-Ray extra texture works. But sometimes you don't need it. It really depends. For this scene, I don't need it, but I have it there just in case. But if you have nothing set there, you won't be able to see anything. Okay. We're just waiting for this render to finish, which will wrap up really quickly. So someone asked, what's the function of the what's the function of the very extra texture, right? So this is what I have as this is rendering. So with a proper setup of a very extra texture, obviously this is not, you will be able to get a kind of like joint lines and stuff like that. That way, when you use it as a rendering path in Photoshop, you'll be able to multiply or overlay on top of the render to sort of define, gives it an extra sort of detail. Once this is done, I'll just set up a really quick version of this, and then we can just work on it. 1 second. Just a little bit more. So far, is everyone going okay? The last 4 boxes, 2, 1, and we're almost done. Okay. Maybe this is not the best example to show very extra texture, but I can show it, definitely show it on some of my previous projects, where we're further away and have more detail and more, because this is just such a simple scene. I mean, you can see some of it, like this line here and stuff like that, but it's not really apparent on how useful it is. I'll show you some examples. Oh, this one's set. The last box always takes the longest. Oh, it's done. So, for example, if I go to so for example, this image here, this is the raw image. So this raw image here was the raw file that I've done up, and with extra texture applied, it's sort of for all the edges and all the it generates that kind of ambient occlusion effect onto the surface, and obviously these are not really set properly. That's why it's not there. But everything that has a texture or like a bump, like a physically where you can see where the crease and stuff like that is, you'll be able to see this kind of ambient occlusion thing applied to it if you have the extra texture map applied to it. And that way it helps in post-production process. You don't really need it, but it's just an additional thing to emphasize this kind of like thing. Let's say if this bit here a bit too flat, you could easily bring the details like by merging overlaying, or like just multiplying this white black bits into here. That way you get the details back again. Yeah. So for example, in this case, everything looks really clear, right? If anything, it's the smoothness of these sand dunes here, but that's just the nature of the dune. You don't need an ambient occlusion, and everything here just looks clear. So in that case, the extra texture doesn't really do anything. If anything, you can add any like some kind of like grunge effects onto here. But again, this is like a very clean model, so we're not doing that. So now that it's done rendering, what I do is I'll just save it. Sorry, just bring it out. Yeah. So just gotta bring in before I start saving out, I'll just go back to the previous question in terms of how to add crypto matte into the pose. So if you have it on the render element, so say if I want to do any adjustments here, right now I have the exposure, hue saturation, like this is default, right? So add some exposure, some hue saturation, obviously like just to desaturate it and stuff like that. And I also add a filmic tone map to it. And then all this, it doesn't really have an exact, like you don't have a correct value, right? It's just there, to play with until you get like a value that you're happy with. Right. So there's no correct answer. It's art anyway, right? For me, I want it to be the kind of like a mysterious, foggy scene. So that's how I do it. And to do that crypto matte, let's say if everything looks too foggy, for example, and I want to emphasize the structure, right, the building. So I add another exposure layer, and I want to do a contrast onto this building, but I can't because right now it's applying to the entire building, entire render. So there's this small little layer mask here. Click it, and it comes out with multi-matte mask, integer mask, and I'm using it the crypto matte mask, which is what I find it the most useful. The rest I haven't been able to use it. But crypto matte is really, really precise because with all the things that I've set up in the render elements tab, now I can just go to a node name, which is based on material name. Can just click, and to double check what I've clicked, you see, like if you move your cursor around the red dot, it would point at let's say if you're pointing at this, just to check whether it's the glass material. You go to the value here, you'll be able to see what it's pointing at. So this is the sand. This is the the wireframe material that we have, the basic material for the solid, and this is the glass material. So obviously this is empty because the sky, right? So once you have clicked something, it will show up here in the row, in the tab. And if you don't like it and you don't want it, or you click something wrong, for example, you accidentally just click more than what you need, you can just go back to here. There's a minus button here. Click it, and you will delete. Right? Don't hit delete. I think it doesn't work. Oh, it works. Sorry. So yeah, you can delete it, and you can add it back. Go back here, and now remember how we want to add more contrast so that it pops. If you add, you just apply onto this, but you don't overdo it because now there's a color clipping issue, right? So now you can just do anything onto this layer, and you're not limited to doing one. You can just keep doing, like let's say now it's you want to turn it to another color. Crypto matte mask, node material. Click this, and you want it to be really saturated, but not blue. Or something else. Obviously, it will look fake, and then you can just freely drag this up and down to sorry, 1 second. I have the right button next to properties. Which version of V-Ray are you using? Are you using 5? V-Ray 5. Add new mask layer. You don't have this? No? Wow. Let me. I'm pretty sure it's V-Ray 5. V-Ray 5. Oh man. Yeah, it's here. Are you able to use the the Google Drive link that Mike sent through? You have light mix here. Let me see if it's no. Regardless, you should have it here. CryptoMac. 3D Max, right? 3D Max 2021 or 18. Either way, you should have it. I mean, yeah, 21. Yeah, so we're using the same thing. This. And you do have all this rolled out, right? Do you have all this? Or you don't have the entire? Yeah, you have the whole thing. The whole thing. Okay, so you click it and property. See. Do you have the CryptoMat? Yeah. Do you have the CryptoMat rolled out set in this render elements? Like, do you have you included it in like render elements? How come the drive is not accessible? It's weird. Meaning no one's able to access the Google Drive. So, oh, I'm sorry. It should work now. I only say you can viewers are allowed to view, but not. Yep, drop it here. It should work now. You should be able to do it now. I'm so sorry. And if anyone wants to drop in any rendering for like from command, if there is a need, then just put it there. And we'll come back to it if you have the time. Yeah, it should work. Okay. Yeah. Other than this issue that Xavier is having, I believe it's a technical thing because I have never encountered such issue. I'll try to troubleshoot. Otherwise, if it's something that you might just need to probably work on, like a reinstall V-Ray or something. But other than that, you can just once you're happy with all the settings, there's a whole lot of things that you can play with, like curves, color balance. But just try to control yourself, just not to make it like overdo it, because sometimes you overdo things and it will turn out to be worse. And once you're happy with it, now I'm just going to delete this for the children. Good. Once you're happy with it, just do a save. Normally I will save 2 versions of this. I'll save a single file where it combines, it compiles all of this into either an EXR file or V-Ray image, a VRIMG file. So you can just open up again next time in the viewer or V-Ray frame buffer, and then you can just edit on it on the render itself. So for example, if I save this as a V-Ray image, and then if I go to for example desktop, right, I just save it as Test. It takes a while to save because it is basically saving all the 20 or 30 images into that V-Ray file. Yep, that's done. And also I'll save a separate file so that it will split up all the file as TIFF. I use TIFF because I'm more comfortable with it because it doesn't compress it as much as JPEG or it doesn't create like it's just a lossless file. And for this purpose, I use 8-bit because it will be better for me to use Photoshop on. So if I do like setting 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, I use 8-bit, but sometimes if you want like higher resolution, like more like color accurate, like more wider color spectrum, to have any like to prevent any color clamping issues, you use 16-bit. But I use 8-bit so that it's a smoother experience to Photoshop live later. All right. So once you're done with it, just press save, and you will just save up all the V-Ray passes. So atmosphere and blah, 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 I already saved it. So hit save, and that's all. Coming back to the V-Ray image. So say one day you come back, you want to do any changes to it. If you didn't save the V-Ray image file, you won't be able to open up this again. You have to re-render the whole image, right? So, and if you try to open up, say, if you try to open up this thing here, if you try to open up any of this TIFF that you have saved, right, there's no data at all. So light make is not there. There's nothing there. You upload your render passes for those who are, yeah, definitely. I will drop it into the server. It's just that it might take a while to download. So see, if you have not saved the V-Ray image and you want to come back to do it, and let's say it takes 6 hours to render the whole thing, right? And you only save the JPEG or the TIFF version of it. There's nothing you can do to edit. Like there's nothing. You can only do basic composition thing, but there's no light mix. There's no crypto matte because there's no elements available, right? So as compared to if you have whatever you've saved and you just save it as a V-Ray image through this, where we saved it just now. I'll just open up. So it loads everything back. Now it's in, right? And there's light mix. There's the pre-light mix version, and everything works. You can just continue, come back to edit, or even do like a region and render. Let's say for here that you have changed what a designer did, and you just want to render here. You can just use this render and then just do a render. It just saves up the time. Right. So that's it for the 3D Max part of it and the V-Ray part of it. And now that we have a base image, we can just run our post-production in Photoshop. I'm actually uploading the file here. see. As far as that. Just give you this. Texture. We use white color. We use name hierarchy. And we probably have some self-illumination atmosphere. Basically, that's it. I'm dropping this into the drive link that I've pasted under the chat. You should be able to see it in a minute's time, and you can just download it. So in Photoshop. Okay. So those rendered passes that we need required for the Photoshop purpose has been uploaded into the Google Drive. If you click it, you should be able to access and download it. If you guys have any issues or troubles accessing it, just let me know. But otherwise, yeah, if try to follow if you can, but otherwise, if you like, missed out some step or just got lost, just this I believe this webinar will be able to will be there for you to download after that. There's a pre-recorded session. So not pre-recorded, like a post, there's a recorded session after this that will be shared around, so you can just go back and see how to do it, like slow down or some stuff like that. And otherwise, yeah. So we drag the render in. Photoshop open. And then we just drag all the passes that we need on top of each other. Also, I just drop in really extra texture just to show how it can be applied, but I'm not gonna use it because it's not really gonna be usable, like not really useful, sorry, in this purpose. Yeah, basically that's all I need for now. So yeah, we come to this scene. The moment I saw this scene, like when I set this up, I had what I had in mind is like probably I have a giant object here. Just draw it over. Yep. So what I had in here is like I have this giant big object here, and this plain scene here. I was thinking what I had in mind is, to have this kind of light shining through. So your eyes will be drawn into this object and then focusing on the entry, what I call the entry, what I think is the entry, right? And something needs to happen there, obviously. And possibly the surrounding has to be darkened to sort of enhance this focus, and also maybe an object or two, maybe a person there's scale, or just create a kind of mysterious vibe, if you watch Kong, or like those Bumblebee, where like you get this kind of the giant thing, and then like it's like just a box, something very big and very small. It creates that kind of like mysterious, and the kind of like where you feel like very overwhelmed, and at the same time like interesting moment where you encounter something. And for this kind of like alien like architecture, I thought it's a good exploration of the similar kind of like vibe as well. So you could have like a small little human here, just walking and pointing up, and just create a kind of like connection to it. And you could have something happening in the background, or just fog, or like a forest. We explore that with like post-production. I'll show you like how we can achieve that kind of like or how I achieve it with post-production. So this is the base that we have, obviously, and to be able to dissect the scene, our best helper will be the crypto matte and also the watercolor. So so far, 1 second. So with all these layers, it will save you all the time in traditionally without knowing all this existence. What we would do is like we would just use a pen tool, just trace this, right, without, or even like with some of the assets or online, if you get like a stock photo of a human, or you want to cut out the people, you would just use a pen tool and trace. And sometimes it's just very tedious and tiring process. But with watercolor and all this hierarchy, like crypto matte, you could easily go to the magic wand, click to the layer that you want to that you're on, like let's say watercolor, select, and because we have a fog here, so like fog is affecting the watercolor, so you might need to select a couple of times. Make sure your tolerance is around 5, or like you could increase it, like, but sometimes because the tolerance is so high, it starts to affect it starts to select all the other objects as well. So just you adjust it to a point where you're comfortable with, where it's not like too tedious. Like if it's 1, it might be very picky. See, so the tolerance is very low. So it's just selecting everything like closest to the pixel that's around it. So normally I'll just do it around 20, right? And not contiguous. I do not turn on contiguous unless I need it. So right now, when I click, I just select everything on the scene with that color, right? So we turn this off. This is just, normally I turn this on if it's a very complex scene. Otherwise, I'll just go to this scene without even turning this on, without even turning on like the visibility. I'll still be able to select. It's just a good practice. Like just make sure your layer is on here. Magic wand, select, right? So first, I will group. I'll create a mask layer. Sorry, I'll create a layer. Shift Control N. You get a new layer. Create a new layer, and then just group this layer as, say, desert dune. Right? And then, while this is still selected on the group layer, select the mask layer. And now you just create a mask based on whatever that you selected, which is the desert dune. You can just click alternate click on this, left click, and then you'll be able to see what's this mask selected. So it's mainly on the desert dune for now, right? And repeat this for like a couple more stuff. So maybe this one is slightly this one is the glass. Oh, yep. So just check on this. You'll notice like it's not a full thing. That's because of my due to my bad modeling, my crappy modeling. So to fix this, you can fix the mask by actually selecting what's there. So what I do now is I go back to wire color. I turn on contiguous. So right now, if I don't turn on contiguous, and for example, it's easier to feel it, and I select on this, it will trace this whole scene, the whole layer, for any black, any similar color pixel, and you'll select it, right? But if it's contiguous, it will only select whatever that's within the boundary. So as long as then there's a separation line where it stops, that's where it stops searching. So it will search only within this boundary, right? So which is what we want. So I want it to be this two, for example. And how do we fix the mask? So turn this off, go back to here, alternate click, and see how this is white and this is black. This is showing up the sky because it's, there's no glass there, to be honest. So right now, how we're gonna fix this is you're just gonna go to the brush. I drop this color, make sure opacity is 100, paint over. And now, Control D to deselect, and then just paint over whatever that's 30. And you should now have a mask of a glass, all the shell layers, right? Like that, right? So, and if you go to this bit here, you still give away because the color is not matching, and this is the color of the sky. So how do we fix this? So with that layer still selected, right? Go to the background layer. On top of this, create a new layer. I try not to adjust or paint anything on the main layer itself so that it's not a destructive workflow. If anything changes, I can just still turn it off. So under this new layer, I'll just call it fix, right? Copy. And just I drop the surrounding color. Hardness, set it to lower so that it can blend better. Yep. And maybe 34 or something like that. So turn off the layer and just do some quick paint over so that it brushes and blends in. So, before, after, yeah. And now that we have most of the stuff separated, of course, to separate the sky as well. So that's the sky. Select it and today. Once we have all this separated, now we have like the we can just play around with whatever we want. Say if you want to add more texture to the desert dune, you could always search for like some desert dune texture or anything for I mean educational purposes. All right. Whatever, that's good. Size, large. It's very good, but not the right one. Let's find something like, you know, has a bit of layering, but not too flat. Sure this works. This might not. Then this one. Find the right plan. Put it on. Opacity. Right. So Control T. You can distort the texture. Right. And then further adjust it so that it blends in. Work it out, work it out. And then also you can create a mask on top of this mask. So the purpose of creating all these masks is, so now whatever you do is all limited within this, right? So now that within these images, I can create another mask on top as well. So I can say, for example, if I don't want this texture to show up here, use the paintbrush. 100% if you really absolutely don't want it, but otherwise you can just use like a fade brush. Use them under 31 or like 20% on this. Make sure this is being selected, not this. And that way you can just brush away. White is review, right? White is review. Right now it's 100% review, right? Black is, sorry, I think Photoshop is lagging with zoom. So black is delete. See how it's getting lighter? 100%. See how it's gone? So no texture. And preview. It's just very laggy. I'm sorry. Yep. Yep. That way you give you a better control of like where you want this sand dune to be overlaid on to create a kind of extra detail to the scene, add extra detail to it, and where you don't want it to happen, you know. Because sometimes you get the texture that repetitive and stuff like that. This could be a really, really quick way to fix it. Not 100%. I mean, the brush opacity, not 100%, because that way it would be too harsh. Normally I set it around 20% and just start playing around to get to a point, you know, where it's there, it's showing, and then, you know, you can just bring it back if you feel, sorry. One thing to note is when you paint, always make sure layer is here, right? Because if you start painting on here, you're destroying the image. Like there's after a certain history, like a undo button, you won't be able to recover this image, and you have to like report a new image and stuff like that. Which is why I do it on the mask. But make sure you always paint on this brush, on this layer. So you're just painting blue color on top of the mask. Not really, not really. So when you go to this, when it's on opacity, when it's on a mask layer, your brush will automatically be monotone. So it only be shades of white to black. Black is to delete whatever that's you don't want to see. So right now, you see, without any mask influence, you have this whole sand dune applied over the whole sand, the whole sand area under overlay. So put it that way. If I don't do overlay, I just do a normal, you'll be able to see. So this is the sand applied onto here, right? So say if I don't want it to apply on certain area, I will create a new mask here on top of on this layer on this image, and select this mask. Paintbrush by default is 100. So now you get black and white. So black is to delete. Right. So it will only affect. I will only want the sand dune to texture to affect at the bottom bit, for example. Right. So yeah, that's what I did. And then go back to overlay. Opacity probably 30%. It's just a good way to control image from being destructed. Like it's a very non-destructive process, right? So you can, anytime you don't like it, you can just turn it off. That way, you know, there's a better workflow. So go back to this. Huge. Yep. So there's the sand dune part. And there's a bit of blue there. I want to get rid of it. Let's go to hue saturation. Cyan. Down there. Saturation of the cyan. So on hue saturation, you know, there's like a couple colors that you can control. This part, I just want the blue to be lesser, so I just go to cyan and then just tone down the saturation. And I only want the top part of the sign, that top bit there to be gone. So again, on a layer mask, I'm just gonna remove so that I get the sign back at the bottom. Right. Double check. See, I only have the top bit removed. Yep. So for the sand, it's done. And for the back, I feel like the solid is a bit emphasis. Yep. For the glass, I feel like it's too muted. So what I'll do is just try to add some kind of like the kind of like bubble, that kind of bubble effect. To it. And if I need texture to help, I'm just gonna Google kind of like bubble texture. Show go. We did have this kind of texture, not texture, the effect applied onto the glass with the thin film effect. But because our scene is too empty, there's nothing for it to reflect. And there's also fog that's sort of like muting all the reflection, which is why we're not getting it. It's pretty good, right? Do you get it? Oh. Just gonna test it. Might not work. Sort of, we can just put some pieces of it. Just before I do this, I'm just gonna create multiple copies of this. Because we're gonna use it in a couple of instances. So I use it on the color dodge layer.
I believe like different other work as well. It just really depends. Just first try it. Normally, when you want to put something bright on it, it's either put something here, this stuff, and if you want to burn something with extra detail and stuff like that, it will be the overlay texture, right? But if you want to make something brighter, it will always be this tab. I think for the newer Photoshops, they separate all these functions based on the type or these kind of like layer blending effect. So this will be like the brightening bits, this will be the darkening bits, and this is like all the overlaying bits, and this is like the kind of like special effects, and this is just specific stuff that you want to put in. Like let's say you just want to affect the brightness and contrast, you use luminosity, and then if you just want a color to blend in on the saturation, you just use that, right? For now, I think between screen and color dodge or linear dodge, I feel like color dodge sort of works for me. Again, there's no correct answer. There's this is not like a maths question where it's like 1 + 1 equals to 2. There's many ways to get 2, put it that way. The answer is 2, and you know, you have 1,000 ways to get to the answer 2. Just somehow I just found this to be a better way. So I hold Control as I move all this, so I can sort of like, it's a quick distort key shortcut. So instead of like going distort, and then you can just do this. You can also hold Control while you press after you hold like select transform, right? Hold Control and you get to the distort function. And you can straight away distort. Distort it so that it's showing kind of bubble effect here. And mask out the parts that I don't need. Right, and remember the copies that I have. These are just probably need more copies of that. Whatever they don't need. And what was the image that I searched? Bubble texture thin film. You can actually just search like soap bubble texture, stuff like that. Yeah, it really depends. Just find the image that you need. Yep. Repeat. Just gonna create more copies. Thing too much. Maybe one last bit here in the middle. Yep. Let me turn it on and off. Let's see how it is. So see how it adds some kind of like extra, I would say, detail or like effect to it. Sort of something that I want. And told that, you know, to just whatever you've done, what I've done here is I'm just gonna create another extra copy. I like to create backup as well, just in case, like, you know, although like it's a very non-destructive process, but you know, like sometimes I want to try something, I'll just create a copy, turn it off. Obviously with zoom on, everything is just slower. So create a copy. So now I can just freely test stuff in this copy. I will try to merge it, and because it's merged, so you gotta reselect the whole layering filter layer type, which is color dodge, and then probably 80%, 90% now. So what I want to try is, because I want to merge it, and I want to make it into one type of color. So just want to see what it works. So if I could just apply a colorize hue saturation layer, what I do is I hold alternate, and you know, this bar here just under, I want to clip it to this group, this layer, so that it only affects this layer. If I don't do it, it's fine for this purpose, because right now we have already have this thing group under this selection, so everything will just happen within here. But let's say if you have a lot of other layer, for example, if you have this and then you have just, let's say, painted the green here, painted the green here, right? And you want to do a hue saturation layer. Yep. And you just put you want to change, say, whatever that you have done here to green, for example, to purple. So if I apply a colorize and then I just make it to purple, everything will be changed. I don't want that. So I just want whatever that's in this layer. So I just gotta clamp it so that it affects only this bit here. See, now this green is still green, and whereas this one here, the bubble, the soap bubble, instead of like multicolored, it's now just one color. So to check, you could easily just go around. So, right, kind of like it. So this was it, initially a test. Turn this, sorry, turn it off. So back to what I want to try. I just want to make it into one color instead of like a multicolored soap bubble. Sort of like the kind of like light hitting onto that kind of glass film, and creates the kind of like bounce effect. And of course, because of that, I think it should be great. Not to say that you can't try other color, but it just creates different effects, right? For purple, it's probably, and green, it probably creates a kind of like alien effect. Like it sort of enhanced that. And for me, I just want to create a cool image right now. So probably just not ramp up the saturation too much, because right now, if you ramp it too much, it will sort of like burn the image. So I'll just keep it, you know, like to see how it looks like at normal. See whether it works, and see if I need the extra bit. but not maximum. Whatever you do, try not to do maximum. All right. Keep it moderate and adjust accordingly. Oh, of course, you can brighten it, but that will affect the whole image color dodge appearance, because right now you already have like a really good balance where the black is being masked out and it's only reflecting the showing up the like brightening the bright bits of the bubble. If you start adjusting the lightness of it, it will ruin the whole presentation. So normally I just keep it back to 0. Because right now I just want to change color. Got my color, just be happy with it and leave it alone. Something like that, right? So we have adjusted this. We've adjusted the desert. We adjusted the structure a little bit, right? Going back to the extra texture, where I was just gonna try to show how we can use it, but in this case, again, we're not going to use it because it doesn't really show anything. I'm just going to show you how we can use it. Normally, without any aerial perspective environment added to it, it will be a solid black and white extra. This map will be a black and white, put it that way. It will be something like that. Okay. And what you're gonna do is all you're gonna do is when you get this map here plotted in, just gonna mask out the sky like that. So now you only have this this bit of the section of the building selected, and of course because this is a foggy scene, so all the selections are not as accurate. Let me just try to fix this. It's got all the glass as well. Here's time coding as well. Now you only have this, right? So what we normally use is we multiply. And obviously because this has a z-depth map applied to it, it's not that useful. But then again, you can see how it added some sort of like, obviously it makes it darker for now. Let me put a brightness to it. Contrast. So if I bring see all these lines here, that's where the map is showing. That's what the map is showing. I'm just gonna go open up a TIFF file here. See the original one. So it has this black lines, right, showing all the joints and details, all right. So if I have this multiply, see how it adds that extra depth line detail to it. It could be useful in certain ways where you want to express joints or like textures and stuff like that. And in this case, as I say, I don't really need it because we're in a foggy situation and this is like far away. So adding detail just sort of like removing the fog. So yeah, we put it in here. You just affect it here. Again, we don't need it. Sorry. Okay. So now that we're done with the structure as well, we go to adjust the background. So it really depends on what kind of image that we want to achieve. For these, you could try something mysterious, like like far away. That's kind of like lights shooting up. They're kind of like cracks from the ground, just shooting upwards, and then that way it will sort of like helps, because right now if you're going to present this as a poster or something, it probably works. But if you want to present this as a studio or something, or like a design to someone, they probably want to see the design, the clarity, the outlines of it. So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you have right now it's a bit blending in a bit too much, it creates that kind of lack of contrast kind of effect. So if you have some kind of light, from coming out from the underground, it sort of like highlights the form again. And that's what we're gonna try to see if it works. So I'm just gonna look for some random image again online. Search the sci-fi. Or maybe just cracks. You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna paint it. Gradient. Yeah. Then we're just gonna mask it with, I'm not sure if it will work, but I'm gonna try, Very good. Okay. I think it all works. Yeah. Then just Gaussian blur, blur, Gaussian blur. Maybe not Gaussian blur. Maybe motion blur. Ignore the yellow for now. I think the yellow is just over there. Gonna change color to match. Really don't want a rainbow. Now that we have this kind of crack, just thinking maybe desert ground needs some kind of crack as well, so that it sort of ties back. But yeah, you could easily do this. This is just under normal. You can always test. You can always test to see if other blending mode is better. Color dodge works well because it sort of blends the color with the original, so it sort of ties the whole image better. Whereas normal, sometimes you get this kind of like weird color blending. Where color dodge or like this kind of like screen, it sort of complements to the existing color palette, which is good. If you don't like the color, it's going, you can just adjust it back to the hue that we had before. Yep. So we're just gonna leave the background here for a bit for now. And going back to the desert, gonna add a bit more. I'm just gonna paint over or something. So it feels like it's screaming for a direction in order. Because right now we're looking at it. The direction of this image is that it feels like it's like that's what it's trying to do with this turn as well. And we're just looking at this thing. We need something to bounce it back here, so that the focus is there, right? But yeah, it doesn't feel connected. That's my concern. So maybe I'm just gonna add something here. Be it like extend the geometry or something. Let's try it. So we'll go to desert dune layer. What I'll do is by the way, I got these brushes from like years of collection, are buying as well from the office, and I think Arcanine. Not sure if you guys know Arcanine, but Pedro, he shared a couple of like brushes pack as well, which I downloaded back then. Not sure whether the link is still available. But yeah, do look out. There's like plenty of like brushes out there, and you don't need all of them to work. It's just like somehow I just sometimes feel like it's better than a round brush. So just have a couple and feel comfortable in using it. not like sometimes like even this is not really the good one, but you know, for sketchy render, like post production, it's better. It's definitely better than a round brush. Just thinking. Right now I'm using a mouse to do this because my tablet is on another screen. It's a display tablet, so can't really just switch the screen over because I have to share the screen again, and it's just very clunky. But you know, I'm kind of used to using mouse. But if you're using like tablet and stuff like that, you could definitely do a better job than this. So don't have to be perfect because this is not competition, it's not commission, that's just an idea, right? Do you think it's bad? It's not good. Could be like a track here. So track texture. All in a random railway track texture. Oh, sorry, it's just kind of really bad. about blending the image. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to blend in the image, obviously just to create an idea. So it sits in more naturally. You ask me what's that? I don't really know. I just feel like it needs something there. Just remove the detail. Just gonna bring in some light. The round brush. This is yeah, sometimes in post-production, like you can just try to do a little quick fix and to render instead of rendering, unless you you're doing animation or like you have like 10 views based on this. If you know that you can just quickly work on this, you could just add something here. But of course, if you're really, really proficient in 3D, you should just do it as well. But it's just about getting things out really quickly. And my workflow is mostly about looking at visual, and if you can see like my 3D workflow, I rely a lot on the interactive viewport. So I want to see, I like to see what I'm doing and how it's being reflected on the render. So of course there are also people who are really like analytical in terms of when they model, they know exactly what they want, so they can spend time doing all the real tracks and stuff like that. Yeah. So for me, it's just I just want to see it there, and it's just a really quick way. And you know, like this is like a really quick mood board. And let's say if it's for like a proper job, and you know, client likes this, I could probably just add the 3D real track in. And if it doesn't like it, I can just remove it with a layer, and it only took me like 10 minutes and stuff like that, and doesn't have to re-render and stuff like that. So if the client likes it, you know, and this is a proper job, you can just spend your time following it. Yeah. So concept images is more about just bashing it out and creating the mood and feel. Yep. So that's like the real track done. Next we need to do probably add the kind of human. Remember like how I say like the whole thing is just going one direction now. Now it's even more emphasized, like it's going this direction. So we need something to sort of tie it back, something to break the linearity. And just remember the human that we talked about. So I'm just gonna try to look for human. And the reason why I put human in is also because like, sorry. The reason why I put like human in is also because in architecture, people always want to relate to the scale. So a scale of an object. So what I see from this, or how I imagine from this, like how I see this image could be different to how you see this image. What I see this image is the human could be, because I already draw it, so you probably already have a pre image in mind, like how it looks like. So like this is the scale, how I look at how I look at it, like human scale versus, you know, how it is actually. But if someone else who doesn't know about this object and I show him this, he could think like, you know, this could be like this, or it could be like a toy, you know, like for someone here, just trying to, you know, play with this, and you know, so scale helps, like human scale helps in making the architecture feel at place, and also people know like relatable to them. It sort of like completes the story. Let me just Google something. Girl pointing, guy pointing. I mean, you can do it in 3D. I just forgot to do it just now. Maybe this one. Making it twice. Yeah, I'll do it like later. The next one. Without talking, because I work faster without talking. After this one. So maybe it's something like that. But we're gonna do some edit to this, obviously. Interesting. Sorry, dreams time. You know, educational purpose. I'm gonna remove your watermark. I'm sorry. All right. So first thing we're gonna do is crop this out, delete, bring it back. So now we just go to more detail. Select everything. Make sure everything is black. Silhouette. A silhouette works perfectly because it's so far away. You can't really see details, but obviously we can do details. And just to make this image ours a little bit, don't want it to point at the ceiling. I want it to point. Oh. Ah, sorry, scale it. shit. Sorry. It's located. Maybe a little bit. Ah. Normally I would swear, but I know this is everyone's watching, so I have to behave. Maybe not. Let's not do too much edit to it. Gonna make it look like a lab coat. And now we have the doctor. If you want to do crazy stuff, we can add a glass. Zoom. It's just a small little detail. Pen's a bit long. You know, the scale. Probably won't know. Already scale. Sorry, it's still pointing at the ceiling. Detail. Yeah. So this lab coat lady, to add some detail to these pixels, what I'll do is, because light is coming out from here, right? So with light coming out from here, I'm just gonna paint some light on the edges. So I have a new layer, mask it on top of this lady, and just go around the edges, or select the layer. How we call it? I think it's called a rim light, right? That way, it sort of gives some detail to this silhouette. And people will sort of see the bar, right? And of course, you gotta adjust the black, because this is the black, right, in the scene. This is too black and it stands out too much. So what you're gonna do is go to hue saturation, make the overall silhouette lighter, colorize it, sorry, make it lighter, and make it blue. Right. Something like that, and just gonna put this down. Don't really, to be honest. It's too small. Sorry. shadow down here. There you go. So it's almost done. What else am I missing in this? So for this people layer, I'll just group it for like so. So now I'm done with this. Just group all this layer for adjustment. So these are all the minute adjustments that we have done to give the whole scene a bit more life to it and also more focus and adjusting whatever that's not right. Now we will go into the post-production within the post-production. So like generally like just tying things up, adding like emphasizing some lights over, we paint. Basically, we just try to paint this image properly, be it shadow or lighting or just anything. So I just feel like we need to vignette this scene a little bit. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna go to overlay mode, 20%. Right, instantly, sorry. And then overlay, sorry, doing the wrong one. What resolution center client first submission? Low res conceptual rendering. What resolution do you send to client for first submission? 5 minutes break. So too much to handle. Yes. Yeah. Well, now I'll just answer Ivan's question. So Ivan, it depends on how quickly I could produce this render. So sometimes if the client, if there's like not much detail, it will be a very small render. It's probably this size. So press Alt to show. No, sorry. Okay, so it'll probably be this size, as in whatever it's on the screen, like this size or this size. Not even like 4K, right? So it'll be this size. So it's easier for me to fudge things and prevent clients from zooming in and looking at the details, because even in this render, if you start looking and zooming in, it doesn't look correct. You get what I mean? But it's almost about the big picture that we're trying to sell to the client. But client will appreciate the image better from this rather than going into here and asking, where is this real going and where is this fudgy thing, what is this like incomplete modeling kind of thing. But these are the things that you don't want to show client. So it depends on how comfortable with your post-production or like Photoshop skill, like how detailed you have made it, right? So normally I would just keep it like somewhere here, where you can see the idea and just tell him like this is the draft. Ask them to comment on the overall feel and stuff like that, and then once they confirm, and then you just start to give like larger resolution depending on how comfortable you are. Okay, we're gonna do a 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back with post-production and probably like I just gonna show you some other options that I made for this image. What are the other possibilities? Yep. Share. everyone. Are you guys back? Jawad, have you got your refreshments? Okay, so coming back to this post-production. So just gonna continue to work on this. I do feel it needs a bit of, as I say, like a kind of like a frame kind of thing. Doesn't really necessarily have to be black. So I just set it to overlay, brush, normal brush, and then just like with a 22% opacity, just start playing. With painting some kind of like that, like the top. Feel like I don't want to overburn it, but at the same time, it's sort of like gradient to it. It's foggy. So normally fog are like very uniform when they're very, very thick. So just try not to break it. Oh, it's fine. Yep. Something like that. What else do I want to add? Sorry. So I got this layer. Make sure I go to select deselect the lady. Subtract mouse. All I need is this layer, because what I'm going to do is I'm trying to paint the glow here on the edge. Put a new layer on this production layer. Mask it like that. Probably something very vibrant. I'm not sure how it turns out. Again, it's a test. If it doesn't work, we can just easily do it. Make sure you're painting on the white the normal layer instead of the mask layer, because I sometimes, you know, even I make mistakes. I always go back here and I'm paint when I was like painting, and I was like, what's happening? Why isn't there showing anything, right? Because you're painting on this mask layer. So make sure this is selected. That way you can start painting. Right. I think it's too bright. So. It's not too bright, but it's just too vibrant. Match the kind of like reddish. Right. Something like that. So you get a kind of like a soft edge there happening. Similar to this area here, right? Again, that's about it. What else do I want to add here? Probably some background. Maybe not. You can try a sky. You can go back to the background layer and try a sky layer if you think it's too plain. But this is like a foggy, so you can't foggy scene, so you really can't see it. But you know, later in a future, like other iterations, I can just show like how we can just easily tweak this into other environment. For now, once you're done with like the basic post production, so basically adding a bit of overlay onto like the create kind of a shadow or that, and then fixing some bits and pieces. And if you want to brighten up some light, create some light spill kind of thing, you can just create another overlay layer under light brush. Make sure it's go to this, turn on. Make sure opacity is around 10, and start painting to see if it works. Light speed bleeding. So this is a very, very vibrant light source. It radiates and creates a kind of light source and spills it to the surrounding. Right? You can do this kind of thing. All these edges here, emphasize it more. If you overdo it, see how it starts to create a kind of like color bleed that you need to fix. And it sort of destroyed the previous overlay layer that you edited. So now it becomes brighter, or the color just looks, you know, muddy because you have been blending too many different colors with it. So just keep it aware not to overdo it. Right. You can create it, also emphasize like the kind of like light here to emphasize the lady here. Again, like remember how we said about tying the image back. So this smooth transition goes here, and it's got disrupted by this lady, which is good because I want our eye to stop here and then goes back for what's happening. Just look at something here, and then you start focusing on this again. All right, and this is our just like ambient lights, and I feel like we're gonna adjust the composition a bit more later. Once we closer to finalize, which is what I'm gonna do now. So once you're happy with this so-called mood that you sort of achieved, right? We could sort of like merge everything together, but we're gonna merge it in a smart way so that we can just come back to this again. So the best way to do it is like merge, copy, create a copy of a layer, create a new layer, sorry, and then merge this everything that you have created onto this layer. On my command, on my keyboard shortcut, it's called Control Shift Alt E. So you've got to press everything together. Control, Alternate, Shift, and E. All right. So we will now copy everything, merge everything into this layer, and I'll convert it into a smart object. And now I'll go to the final step of this, which is the camera raw filter. So I'm going to treat it like a photo. the way camera raw filter is like, it's gonna do like the kind of like post-production edit, like how people do Lightroom. If you're familiar with Lightroom, you would be familiar with this thing here. I'm not super good at this, and I don't know the right way to do this. And again, it's just playing around with parameters. There's lots of parameters here to play with, and you don't have to adjust every single parameters, but it's just about look and feel and how you want to see how you're gonna help you to achieve the final outcome, right? So it's very similar to Lightroom on how you edit photos. So now I'm gonna just treat this as a plain solid photo and just try to add like adjustment to it, like the final touch up before I call it final. So like basic dropout. What I've done is basically this is what you have before, right? So these things creates when you click on it, it gives you a before and after panel, so you could easily look what has changed and compare, right? So this is before and this is after. I'm going to show you. There's a couple there's a lot of things to adjust. I'll just go through like one by one. So I'll go to basic. Say I want a temperature to be warmer. And this slider, there's no right answer again. It's basically just look and feel. So if I want it to look like Blade Runner instantly, like although it's not perfect, but you get the idea. Instantly, I can turn it red, and you can get the Blade Runner effect, and it just tone down all this. Instantly, you have a second mood, right? But obviously, this is not what we want to do. Just showing you the options. You gotta be also like not to bring it to extreme, because it just starts to distort the colors, and it might not be a very pleasant result, put it that way. But if you find going maximum helps you with your image, then by all means go for it. So now going back to this. Let's everything is here. Okay. So now I'm just gonna go through temperature, creates the warmth. For this image, I feel like it's a little bit warm, sort of ties the whole image together, right? If I go blue, it sort of creates a stronger separation between the red and the blue for some reason. I don't know why. Don't know any theory behind it, but that's why I feel like when it's muted, it's standard, right? It's fine, but it sort of looks better when it's warmer. And the tint, if you want to add like red tint towards it, or like a magenta, or like a green, you can do it. Let me go maybe a little bit on the magenta side, not too much. But, again, you can just compare to see what we've done. If like left and right is not enough, right? Do you want it brighter? Yeah, you can have it a little bit brighter. Contrast. You see, when you have too much contrast, it's bringing in all the bands here that shows that you don't have enough color information, and which is why I said if you have the time and you have the PC resources, go for 16-bit. It's better for photoshopping. But if you don't really have limited resources, PC resources, because you need a huge RAM for it to be able to work on Photoshop on 16-bit very smoothly. Otherwise, just go for 8-bit and just try not to go everything maximum, push everything to the limit, because otherwise you start burning an image and create this kind of like gradient bands. So on low contrast, like normal contrast, you probably won't be able, you could still see it, but it's not that visible. And it goes away at zero contrast. But this contrast is just kind of like creating like the kind of foggy environment feel. I don't want it to be too foggy. So in this case, a little bit contrast. Highlights. It's gonna give you it's gonna brighten up the white spots. Right. A little bit maybe. Shadow. If you go lower, the shadows are gonna be darker. If you go like push it to the right spectrum, then it's just gonna be brighter, right? It is prefer it to be a little bit darker. White. So whatever you have bump up on the highlights, you will increase everything will become whiter, right? So all the whites here will then, if you ramp up, it will become brighter. And if you go down, the whites will be more muted. Right? So normally this is like an opposite relationship. If I press if I go on like really high on this, I'll go lower. Sort of balance things up a little bit, but not to say that I have to do like 17, negative 17. Just look and feel. For blacks, I still feel like it needs to be darker. See, for this purpose, I'm just gonna go lower. And texture is just gonna add more, like it's gonna analyze what's the texture bits, and then it's just gonna add more detail. Try to add more grain and stuff like that. Don't go maximum because it would just create kind of like false. It looks fake and looks like the kind of like Instagram filter. A little bit would do. Bring back all the some of the details lost during the foggy render setting. You can see like 0, 100, and negative is just gonna blur everything. Clarity. Again, this is like an opposite relationship. If I go high on this, I'll just go a little bit lower on this. And dehaze is just removing the fog. And if you go negative, it's just adding fog. It also bleaches the color and saturates the color depending on how you do it. For example, see how it saturates the color, but it's removing all the fog. And you know, this is just blowing it. For this purpose, I will just keep it at 0. Vibrance. Gives you the vibrant slider. It's pretty much straightforward. Again, opposite relationship. If I give it more vibrant, I'll drop the saturation. So all the colors will go down, but all the bright colors will be enhanced, if that makes sense. Filter camera raw. Yeah, sorry. I just saw your question. Yep, it is camera raw filter. Right. So as for the curves, again, it's similar to this, except that you're now looking at it based on the analyzing based on the curve diagram. Like, but I don't really use it here. I just go straight here. Again, see highlights is just focusing on clamp. It's all clamped on the bright side, bright spots, right? So if I ramped up the highlights, all the bright spots will go brighter. So for now, a little bit here, light spot, lighter, this, maybe like that. So go. Yep. Oh, even this has been a question, a very, very good question that I don't have a good answer on, because this has been a global issue, I think, in the office, even in my architecture office. So regardless of how good or calibrated render I've done, it's gonna look different on my colleague's screen, and it's gonna look different on my client's screen, and it's gonna look different on my boss's screen, right? And when you print it out, it's going to look different. And you print it out on another printer, it's going to look different again. And you look at it on your phone, it's going to look different, right? It all depends on how good the monitor is. And you can only pray that they don't have a crappy monitor. But on your end, what you can do is try to calibrate your screen to find a good screen first in the first place, right? With sRGB like 100%, like, and all the gamuts are correct. And then you could use, I think there's a very good calibrator tool, is Spider or something, just to make sure if you want to make this color red, it's showing up as a red. You're not using a purple as a red, like, I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. Like, just on your end, you make sure you're using red as red and blue as blue, right? And then you just gotta pray that they have a good monitor or matches your screen that to look good. But otherwise, sometimes, as long as you got the blue right and the red right, it will show up differently, but the proportion is right. Put it that way. It's more like color accurate. It might not be color accurate, but the balance is still correct. It's similar relationship to scale and proportion. If you bring it print it out onto like a paper, it's like 1 to 100. If you scale it, if you print it up to like an A1, it's probably 1 to 2, for example. And you will view it on the if you view it on the like your screen, it depends on how big your screen is to show up the scale. So as long as your proportion of your objects are correct, no matter how you print it, people will still see the relationship, right? Like, if I put the people here, like this person here that's on this image, as long as I set it correctly, that it's this, no matter what screen you look at, there's always a relationship between this scale and this scale, right? These two scale. Yes, the relationship is always correct. Put it that way. Yeah, the same as color. As long as you paint it correct, you use the, like, you're not on a colorblind mode monitor where blue is blue is red and red is blue kind of thing. Sorry, green. You're fine. You'll be fine. Okay, coming back to this. So we're done with the curve and detail. This is where sometimes I use it a lot, but also like you gotta use it cautiously. So I only use the sharpened bits of it because noise reduction is basically just removing noise, right? And it kills all the details. Unless you want to do a paint effect, there's no point in doing this. But if you want to go for a paint effect, by all means go for it. Or you have like a very low res render, you just want to try to it's good for like you want to show clients or a tutor your first few draft, and then you don't want them to focus on the detail, then you just reduce it. But otherwise I will just keep it like that. And as for the sharpening tool, see, without anything, if I max it, you get this kind of like really grainy effect. So what I say by use it with caution and like some skills is you're gonna put this into like a media like you can put this here for view for like visualization purpose for now, for you to see it, right? And what you need to do is reduce the radius, because if you hold alternate and drag these sliders, you'll be able to see what this sharpening is doing and how this radius is affecting. So the thicker the radius means the bright spots of the sharpen effect will be like it's like the brush effect is gonna be like bigger. So your sharpening effect is gonna be bigger. So you're gonna sometimes see this kind of like white spot around if you have like too too big of a radius set. So normally I would just go as low as possible, but while keeping sure that you're still, you know, you're still like having this kind of like details sharpened. And then details, of course, you want to bring all the details in. You want to keep all the details, right? So you want as much details as you can, but again, not maximum, maybe around 90. Because if you're going maximum, it will try to sharpen all the unnecessary things as well. For example, if you have like a lighting here, like that goes like this kind of sharp cone effect, right? It will sharpen all the edges of the cone effect if it's within its radius and also like capability. And that's where masking comes in. So masking when it's 0, it will just apply sharpen to the entire image, right? So the entire image has been sharpened. But where masking comes in is if you start again holding alternate, you start masking things. As you go towards the right end of the spectrum, it will just start to just mask out what it thinks is the edges of the image. And that way you can find a balance to see what you want to mask, what you want to sharpen, sorry. So right now, this is what is sharpening, right? And what I want is just probably the edges of the building and probably that little girl over there. And just find a balance, maybe this here, right? So now, if you go back here, everything else is not being sharpened anymore, right? And it's just these bits here. So yeah, so if we go to 0, we will see better. So 0 is not being sharpened. 150. See how it's just sharpening the edges, and now we can just go back to adjust how much we want to sharpen. Just try to keep it around, the point where it's not creating that kind of like white outline around the building or the object or the subject. Then you'll be fine. Just not overdoing things, right? And color noise reduction is just taking like let's say if there's like too complicated colors and stuff like that, when you make it to 100, it will just try to find its next neighboring pixel and just try to create an average out of it and just sort of like reduce the noise. Could work in some like low res montage, but for this purpose you won't really see a difference. I mean, you can just keep a little bit here so that it blends better. Again, I'm not touching this. Color mixer, it's pretty good too, to sort of like helps you to further adjust any colors that you find like you probably need like in specific. So all this is like instead of like just hue and saturation in Photoshop, like layer drop down there where you just get like the red, magenta, and the 4 basic color spectrums. You have red, orange, yellow, green, aqua, blue, purple, magenta. So it's more extensive here, and it's all broke down into hue, saturation, and luminance. Of course, you can adjust it into others as well, but I'm using this. For example, it's pretty straightforward. So red, whatever's that it's being deemed as red here, if you change the hue, it will change the rates of it. So you see how the outline of this area here, right, is changing color because that is red, right? Wherever that's not red, stays the same. And orange, for example, see how it's changing color of the orange, the hue. And yeah, that's how you play with it. So for now, I don't really need it. It's just that if you want to change, for now, the dominant colors are obviously the blue and the cyan, and also the warm tone, the warm orangey tone. Kind of happy with the color, but if I want to change anything, it'd probably be the saturation. I'll make the orange a little bit more, and make the red a little bit more orange. You can see if it's going towards there, red is turning into orange, right? And still gonna make this red, which is now orange, a bit more saturated as well. Right. Again, before, after, not much difference, right? Sometimes you focus on the things and you look back before and after, there's not much difference. But it's a little bit here and there that counts, right? Add a little bit more details here and there, like 10 different little details. Suddenly, it just gives the image more life. For it not so. Again, don't overdo it, because now if you do it, because the way it clamps the color like to red specific and orange specific, if your luminance is like the brightness of it. So if you go too over, you can start, or like too over on this side, you start seeing like weird bands. So try to keep it to optimal level. But now I just want to make it a little bit dark, so it's not white, but you can see the color. Same thing here, a little bit darker. Blue. If I want to make it mysterious, I can sort of increase the brightness of the blue. And go through effects of vignetting. In effects, you got this kind of grain effects. Again, further ties the whole image composition together. But again, don't overdo it, because it looks shit. I mean, depends. Some people find it good, like look good from far, right? But when you print it out, this is what you get. And people will ask you, why is it so low res? It's not low res, it's just because you make it too grainy. So test it a little bit, size. I'd rather keep it a little bit on the middle side, because if it's too little, before you can see it, it's too big, it looks low pixelated, and very low res, put it that way. So somewhere in the middle, a little bit here, and again, roughness. If it's 0, it doesn't look as grainy. Whereas this one, it looks more chaotic, which is what I like, because it sort of simulates the kind of like foam effect. So in the middle, that way you like it. For the vignette, right? Remember how we do the overlay at the beginning? So that's just the base pass. Now I'm gonna do like a sort of like another vignette on top. Again, not to overdo it, because this is just like peeping from like a door hole. It just looks very weird. So a little bit. Midpoint is how, like, where is the center of this vignette, where it starts, right? I want to start somewhere at the edge. And roundness is just like, how round is this vignette? Pretty straightforward. Again, depends on how you like it. And feather is like, how sharp is this vignette? You can do it like a completely blurred out vignette, or a really sharp one, right? For me, it's like I need to go blur. And highlights is if there is a white bit at the corner, do you want that corner to be black, or do you want it to be retained as white? So if I go 100, I want it to retain. So for this instance, the sky bits will be less dark, like will be brighter compared to here. I mean both vignettes, because the highlight preserve sort of like that kind of like it will read that this bit here is brighter. So when you apply a vignette, this bit here will be brighter than here. It's like a highlight preserve tool. So then before, after, right? It's too much. And finally, calibration. So this is like it's almost like hue saturation. Getting sore throat now. Except you are adjusting the RGB. Something that I hardly play with unless I'm trying something artistic, or I'm just trying to further calibrate the colors. But if the colors looks correct, just let it be, right? Shadow, just give the shadow a tint. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You know, sometimes I just keep it as original. See, I sort of feel a little bit. It's fine. A little bit. And as for this, like, you know, I can test for you, like show you. So for blue, for example, if I want the blue to be more saturated, you would just ramp up all the blue in the picture. So not just blue here, but if there's red, red is made, let's say if there's a color that's made of a composition, like part of it is blue, all the blue will be ramped up. Purple, for example, is made from red and blue, right? So purple will be ramped up as well, right? And if you change the hue of that, the purple will change color as well. So it affects the whole balance of the image, put it that way. Could create something, conceptual abstract, depending on how you use it. Yeah, like that. Once you're done with that, like, you know, all the adjustment, just save it. And because we have like a smart we create a rasterized image layer here, and then we convert it to the smart object. Because this is a smart object right now, if I can just turn it off and on. And say if I do some adjustment here, if I go back here from the past, let's say there's a change or something, I'm gonna add like a for example, more details, right, showing here, right? And I want to redo this. I don't have to go through the setting again, because this is a smart layer, and this camera raw filter data is saved in here. So all I need to do is just gonna merge this again, and then convert this to a smart layer so that it becomes the next backup, and bring this smart filter, camera raw filter, drag this bit here, drag it down here, right? And now this old layer I can delete or just keep as a backup. But you know, like all the whatever camera raw settings that we have done will be applied to this new updated compiled image. So delete that. Just to show you what's a smart object. So yeah, this is where we are up with. I just feel like it's a bit too saturated. Don't know. And now this is probably done. Before, after, before, after, post-production, the post-production, and then original, add more details, and then compile. So once you're done, just save it. And yeah, for this image, I think quite happy for the amount of time I spent this. So now, we do still have time. Okay, I will show you other options and some of them that I've done. Just to go through a bit. This one. Sure. So this was what I've done. Can you upload what is PDF, sorry? This, you mean? This one here? Yeah, I can. No issues. Sure. Yeah, just to show you a couple of different compositions, other possibilities on using the same image. Right, this is the exact same image here. This is similar to what I've done, except that I spend more time on this. Probably color calibrate a bit more. You can also like add stuff like, for example, I use like this cave scene from somewhere, like I think a Vietnam cave. It's low res. You can put it in there and then mask it out. What I've done is I've just created a mask so that it's just affecting the background, and just create a background here. And then also I selected parts of the cave. Right, locked out the cave and then just create it as a background. Sorry. And just playing with a couple of different options. Like this is like in the cave setting where, if you have it like that, it feels like you have discovered there's something in a cave, right? And with this composition, it sort of creates a kind of like discovery feel. Whereas this one, it sort of creates a kind of like encounter, right? Like there's a relationship to it. And there's a direction of some kind of movement, like fluid with the design. If the image is sort of like moving and this kind of thing, whereas this kind is just like very sitting there very quietly, and then you just found it kind of view. And I also did like a couple, like another test where it just all of a sudden it looks like a this alien, thing. It sort of becomes like the kind of like spacecraft just waiting to take off. It's like an abandoned spaceport, like something's about to take off. Yeah. So there's just one option, and also the one of today's session. Any suggestion for the sky? Again, because this is a foggy scene, putting a sky in is not possible. I mean, it's not impossible. I'm gonna put in later, like this one, but I'm gonna show you. Yeah, also a couple other options where you can just create a kind of like mysterious setting in like, the kind of like very snowy scene. All of a sudden, just transforming this whole desert scene into the kind of like somewhere in Russia, you know, that kind of setting, like very like tundra setting, where kind of snowy, and then like sci-fi environment, and it's just in a very snowy blizzard storm and a hazy setting with kind of like background, like just simple geometries like paintbrush. Like basically I'm just cutting out some elevations of the building, and then of some building, and then skyline, and just copy and paste, duplicate, and then just blend it in. It's about blending in. So this is one of the contexts that you can possibly think that could be applied here. So if you want to apply a sky, you probably got to remove like just gonna do a quick one. So you probably gotta, it's better to just remove this, right? Just do a quick paint of it. Go to basically to create a sky. One do estimate. Test out, for example. You could do something like that. And obviously, because you're now adding like this kind of lighting, introducing this kind of sky to the setting, you probably gotta add some rim lights. Remember how we did the rim light for the for the lab lady? Sorry, I just cut her off. You need the kind of rim light probably around like this kind of like, it's gotta start painting this kind of like lights to just try. Start to have some kind of like lights, so it looks like an early dawn, like dawn kind of thing. Light is probably somewhere, yeah. What? Sorry. Technical error. right? You get what I mean? So you just gotta paint all these light detail again, brush it. Or you can go back to V-Ray, change the sun, you know, and then get that and just overlay on top. Again, these are all like, I'm just trying to show you like what you can do in post-production. Like in case like rendering takes too long. Yep, something like that. And then you could possibly like change this into like some kind of like volcanic or Icelandish landscape. And have some kind of like you know, kind of like smoke or vapor coming out. Let's try. I'm doing this really quickly, yeah, but you know, if you spend enough time looking for like source like images online and references, you probably get like a way better result. These are different options on how we could make it work. You can just spread it a little bit more around. Actually. And or you could slap like a very rocky terrain over this desert dune, and that will sort of like give it a little bit more bump. Can you explain your thoughts and process when you compose your other sci-fi works? First, I look a lot. I look around a lot, and it also depends on whether I have a brief from the client or not. So if the client is asking for a specific type of like sci-fi what do you call it, a style. Say, for example, I've been doing a lot of cyberpunk. So if they want something cyberpunk, then I just got to do a lot of like image research and just look around, see how the architecture or what makes an image cyberpunk. Could it be the colors? Could it be the lights? And again, it's all down to what I want. Or if I create like a brief, or I set a brief, say if I want it to be like a city, then it has to be far away because it's something. Again, coming back to this topic of this the title of this webinar, which is visual future, right? So if I want to do something future, visualize the future, unless I know exactly, I'm very clear of the brief that I want to do, my images are always further away or from a distance, where the object doesn't sit right in your face, so close that you can observe all the details. That always happens in architectural rendering, right? Because it's all the details and the joints account. But whereas if it's like a this kind of like visual conceptual art, it's more about selling the whole idea, and all these visual futuristic visions are ambiguous. Like no one knows what happens in the future, and it's all up to me or like up to the artist or the brief to decide how it looks like. So for me, it's always a distance away, further away, so that you look at the whole picture. And from there, I will probably have something in mind, like how I want the composition to work, whether it's a 2-point perspective or it's like aerial. And based on that, I start with like a block out 3D, like have like some mess around, and then I find a view. After I have something like almost done up, like a mess study that I'm almost happy with, I start looking for a view. And once I found the view, I set it as a camera, I locked it in. I will just focus on fine tuning that bits of it, if you get what I mean. Do you use any reference or just show up in your mind? I think I've seen a lot, so much that sometimes when clients say something, it sort of just rings in my mind. Like I picture it. If the brief is clear enough, sometimes I just have the image. Not this game, sorry. So if the client's brief is good enough, sometimes I almost already have like a certain image that I want, like a view that I already thought envisioned, and I just work on that and like improvise impromptu. Yeah, like if there's any changes in the middle, I just keep improvising if it's better. I tend to leave my mind open in that way, so that I don't give myself enough pressure to tie down to a certain look and feel. But yeah, if you guys know me well enough, like I have this kind of like weird fascination on blue. So a lot of my renders are on blue, but I'm trying to go away now from it. So just trying to explore different colors as well. Yeah. So you're just gonna look enough. There's a lot of reference online, for example, and good artists. Like for example, Akinai. I'm pretty sure you guys know Akinai. He's like one of the best artists for post production. Like I think recently they do a lot of different stuff as well. So you're like, it's kind of really simple, but yet it's very powerful. Again, like the joint lines. Yeah. So they are really good, and they do have like a YouTube channel. Like it's not as updated as like like often as the rest of like the Hori tutorial page, but whatever they upload there is like gold mine. Just go over there and sit down, spend like 10-20 minutes, just watch it, and you learn a lot. And just by looking at this compositions constantly, it sort of grows in your mind in helping you to decide what's a good image and what's not working and what's working. Yeah. And of course you have other stuff like ArtStation. Stuff like in ArtStation are pretty good as well. This kind of stuff, like if you look enough, you probably have like certain things in mind. This looks a bit like Alita, but at the same time, my ArtStation is a very good place for you to look and get inspiration. XP pen or tablet. I do have a Huion display tablet. Let me just show you. So that's on the screen. I do use it sometimes when I'm like painting, but not today. So this is the tablet. As I'm on my sitting on my touch screen. It's just too clunky to take it and adjust it. So for this purpose, I'm just using my mouse clicks, which has been using for the past 5 or 6 years. So I'm kind of fine as well. But yeah, whichever helps. To be honest, I can probably click as well as I draw. Any advice or recent graduate degree in architecture looking at pursue more visualization focused career? Again, I think for visualization, one of your most important thing is your portfolio. It's similar to architecture, but your portfolio should sell you. Put 10 images there, your 10 or 5 best images, put it as a portfolio, and that's the thing that sells you. Advice, if you really like rendering, you're probably gonna enjoy it. There's 2 ways to go into this. If you have like a rather strong base, you could just try to apply into an architecture studio as an in-house. That's what I did when I first started. But I don't really have a good base. I just got lucky and someone just referred me to architecture studio that's looking for in-house renderer, and I just started from there. Or you could just go to apply under like those notable rendering studios. There's a lot out there. Just applying and have your portfolio prepared and then just apply it. And you can just start as a junior role, learn how they do things properly, and then you can do really well there. Or one day you decide you want to start your own, you can do that. Or you can also jump back into like a in-house architecture studio as the renderer. It's a lot about who, get more what. No worries, Javier. Hope I helped. Yeah, it's my one of my first webinar, like 5 hours long webinar. Yeah, it's like almost 6 a.m. now. I feel like I'm a bit mumbling already. Yeah. What else? How do you manage all those details in foreground? Are there references found? Oh, paid 3D models. It depends. It depends. If it's reference, I do have like a collection that I use. But for this, I just try to keep myself open and just want to access everything quick. So in Photoshop, I do have. You build up libraries, and if rendering is your thing, like you'll eventually build up a library of like stuff. So like you have lots of like landscape and stuff like that, and let's go to like trees. There's so many trees.
Irish. No. This. There's also all this kind of like different stuff, or like people, for example. Like there's a lot of people and stuff. You build up a library and then enough, then sometimes you can just use it straight away for all these details in the foreground and background. Or you can also use, like recently I've been using a lot of Kit Bash, because my company is good enough to sponsor me Kit Bash models, and some of the clients that pay for it. So I have a lot of like these kind of Kit Bash kits. I'll just show you. So, you know, they're pretty big now. So they have a lot of, not sure but it's very good for parametric based studios, but you know, like a lot of like this kind of environments, you can just use it. Like for example, Cyberpunk, for example, you have so many like all these ready-made assets. You just gotta buy it. And I think there are some like small mini demo kits that are free that you could just Kit Bash, use it as a Kit Bash, and then just assemble it as a Lego, create something new out of the assets, you know, edit it, change the materials, stuff like that, and use it to your own. Otherwise, I think they're pretty good because, you know, they help a lot in speeding up the process in making it. And for something like similar, like simpler, and you know, you probably don't want to spend money to buy, you just model it. You just gotta know a little bit model, and you don't really have to model everything in 3D Max, for example, to render in 3D Max. You can render, you can model in Rhino, and then just export it. For this, for example, this model is not in 3D Max. It's something like Mike model like ages ago, and he put it in as a one of the competition that I participated, and it's one of the models that was given, you know. And this is, I'm pretty sure this is like a Rhino model, right? This is a Rhino model, right? Grasshopper.
Either that or my
No, your beauty and the beast, you know, the beast challenge thing.
yeah, I
You
don't
just
remember.
apply
But I
it.
made all those pieces at like different times. I don't remember
Yeah,
what I
so
did for
there's
this.
these are all the stuff that it's from other software, and you can just bring it to 3D Max, no issue.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, for those who wants a copy of this, I'll just try to save this out, just clean this up a little bit, because I think there's a couple of like weird quick fudging. You can call it quick fudge if you want. Just save it as well. So any more? Oh, there's so many more questions. I just gotta scroll down. Sorry, I didn't see them.
You're very popular here.
A specific master program to get deeper in that field. Whoa, that one you gotta ask Mike. I'm not the person to ask but I think there are some courses in other rendering.
I can't say I know any course that's like
I think SOA is good. With State of Academy or something. Yeah, they do like some rendering course, master class or something like that.
it's like a degree.
Yeah, but I personally didn't do any master. I did architecture, and you know, like the tutor just forced you to do Photoshop and like learn V1.0 on your own, and you just gotta use it enough, and you'll be fine. For concept art, there's no point in focusing super 8K texture PBR. Yeah, exactly. It's more like the idea. You need to have a very strong idea, and then you can always go back to work on the details after that. Otherwise, there's no point you show me a road in 8K texture, and all you show me in that render is the road that sells nothing. You get what I mean? That's how I feel it. Like the focus, you have to be right, and then your image will be fine.
Can you zoom in the Photoshop a bit?
Sorry. Ooh, I see.
Can you zoom it in?
Stuff like this, I don't
I
like
just
to
want to
zoom in.
see it. It's so far out.
Yeah, no. Don't zoom into details. You see, if you zoom in into this 5 hours.
No, not that much. I did just.
No.
the size.
My zoom just went out of control. Yeah, you see, going nowhere.
Going up to the
Going
pixels.
nowhere.
Yeah.
But all this kind of thing you can fix after that. But concept art is something that you need to get out quick. And it's not about accuracy, it's about a big image. Yeah. Try to generate a like DALL-E. Oh yeah. I was about to go into that, and then it's like train of thoughts just got disrupted by the questions. So as part of like I understand like there's a lot of like generative AI, this kind of AI images, robots coming out, which is really good. For example, like Midjourney, DALL-E, they're really good. And it really helps you to generate, because like even in just now, like when I was like photoshopping, you see me like going Google and just find like this kind of reference image, right? So it's the same, like you to do like concept or reference, sometimes you just gotta look reference images, right? Like just go around Pinterest and look around. And with DALL-E and this kind of like AI Midjourney, for example, you just gonna type of keywords instead of typing in Google, type in Midjourney. It comes out with like a really good image that you could just loosely based on as a very initial reference image, and then you're just gonna download that from there. I'm not to say that you need to copy it, because when you're copying it, there's no point. You're just
That's a
copying
good point
something that
actually,
AI does.
because I see it like a lot. All the AI stuff I'm seeing now, it's just like
Yeah, you're
it
flooding.
just like
People.
stops at the AI, and people are almost posting it like it's
Yes, it's their
their
work. It's their work.
Yeah.
That's what is annoying me. Like
But
you
it should
use it as
be-
a process.
Yeah, it's not like it's not the
Yeah, why are you so
that's-
proud of something that you Google out of like search
Yeah,
out of a
it's-
Google image?
that's what I'm saying. It's like it's like if you Googled
yeah, it's a search engine, for example. It's just
if you
like an
Googled
AI
like a
search engine.
robot in a forest and then posted it on Instagram like that you
Yeah.
made it.
And you're so proud of it. Like you're so proud of this Google search image. Like you're now an artist. Like I mean, I get it. But without the AI, you're nothing, right? So use it as a process to help you empower your image, but not overly reliant or like just sucked into it. Because out of it, like without it, you can't get a job with Midjourney. Wait, I don't quote me. In future, I don't know. But for now, if you apply for any job, you say you're a master in Midjourney, no one will hire you because they can do it themselves. Why would they need you, right?
Actually,
So
I think if there was a job for Midjourney user, then they would just have some code like just feeding prompts all day. Like they would probably need a person. So, yeah, like I think it's a good point. Like it's a very good tool and very powerful tool, but I mean, it's a reference generator basically. It's not the results of you.
I'm just gonna answer a couple more questions. Email, yeah, sure. Hit me on my Instagram or anything. Just I try to answer like when I have free time. I always try to be friendly. But if I don't answer, probably because I missed you, because when new users try to approach me like in Instagram, they normally go into like that kind of like archive or junk or something. So sometimes I just gotta check that. Yeah, but yeah, true, and I'll just try to answer it. Sci-fi, same with cyberpunk. I think cyberpunk is part of sci-fi, but sci-fi is not just cyberpunk. So sci-fi, you get that kind of like utopian
Science fiction.
sci-fi. Yeah, it's a genre. It's a very, as long as it's like futuristic, it's sci-fi. It doesn't have to be futuristic as well. Like it just have to be like science fiction. Yeah, it's a very wide genre. It's like this
Cyberpunk
utopian thing.
Like with
it's a dystopian
parts plugged into you, and
yeah, it's dystopian, and then you get like solar punk, which is like
very green, futuristic city. Also, you know, anything happens in the future that's possibly like sci-fi.
Steampunk, all kinds
Yeah,
of punk.
steampunk. Yeah. Yeah.
Which, by
So
the way, Midjourney is making the steampunk is very successful in Midjourney.
yeah, especially that, and yeah, I think they're getting better in everything. So yeah, it's taking over Google.
Which is kind of nice
Should be
because
the new
sometimes you're really searching for something and you can't really quite find what you're looking for, you know, for a reference.
exactly.
Or it has a stupid Getty images on top of it.
Yes, yes, and Midjourney is just oh my god. As much as I hate it, I really like how it works. I hate it
Yeah.
because of how people abused it. It's like 9 out of 10 people is just posting dailies. It's like they're people now. Just doing daily AI art. You know, you could just type it out and then you just generate 200s of them in a day and then spread it across a year to post it.
Which reminds me, it's like a kid being proud to its parents for writing a sentence. You know, like,
Exactly.
I don't know. It's weird. Anyway,
Well, oh yeah, I
weird
think
stuff
that's about it.
happens. This is very cool.
Any more questions, guys? Thank you for staying up. Wait, what time is it? Am I the only one? It's 6 a.m. now.
You're the only one, I think.
Okay,
Maybe.
probably.
I think other Australians are probably going to watch the recording.
Thank me for staying up.
Yeah, thank you. Right, everybody. Well, thank you so much. Afterwards, it's done. You'll get the usual email, recording link, and all
Yeah, I'm
that
gonna
fun
upload this
stuff.
into the Google Drive.
Oh yeah. What are you sharing exactly? This image, and are you sharing the Max file or?
The Max file has been shared, right? I'm just sharing the PSD.
You shared the latest one, or?
Oh, you mean the final one? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because I'll download them too and distribute it with the recording.
Yeah, just put a disclaimer there. Don't zoom.
Well, it's like a painting, right? Like when you go close to a painting, you see all
Other imperfections.
the strokes and texture and brush. This one is cool.
This one.
Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, I can just chuck this in there. Just put it there. Oops. What happened? Oh, sorry. Duplicate. Turn everything else together.
Well, even if you want to send me the files after, I can distribute it too.
Yeah, or I can send it to you. It's easier because I might clear my Google Drive. It's a bit full now. Yeah, I'll just send it to you. It's easier.
I just send it to me later. And I think we could end the webinar now. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. So thank you guys.
Yep.
Bye. Hope you guys learn a bit.
Look out for the files and all that.
Yep.
Thank you.